Boom! Look at the size of that bass!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of BASS.
Florida, let me hear it! Boom, shakalaka! Giant bass!
So, once again, why do people come to Florida this time of year to bass fish? That is your answer right there. This cavalcade of giants showing up on the water, showing up at the weigh-in yesterday, day 3 of this tournament. Second stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series. I tell you what, that is a rather lurid display. That is almost, well, that's extravagant. I hope we do it all day long as we take you down to our playing field, the place that produced those giants you just saw right there on day number 3 into day 4. Mark Zona on the Harris Chain of Lakes. It is different from anywhere we ever go, but boy, it has got potential.
And this has been a very, very different tournament on the Harris Chain, as a lot of anglers thought coming into it, it was going to be a shallow water beatdown. And that really finally transpired on day number 3 at the end of the weigh-in yesterday with Dave Mercer. The real story in this tournament right now, 5 of your anglers fishing deeper offshore that you got to pretty much see all morning long yesterday on FS1. But out of nowhere, some of the best shallow water anglers in this field, they rose to the top 10. And that's pretty much what it is. It has been a big bass beatdown, really the last 24 hours.
Well, you saw what's at stake here. Big money, $100 grand. You got a trophy that's so hard to get out here on the Bassmaster Elite Series. And maybe most important of all, points toward your standing at the end of the year. Whether you get to work next year in your chosen profession, whether you go to the Classic, whether you dare dream of being the Angler of the Year. It's all out there. This is the promised land. You've worked hard for 3 days to get here. Of course, nothing is guaranteed, but Mark Zona, if someone could somehow crash into 2 of those giants, like we saw in that opening montage right there, you have got a big leg up on everyone else.
Yeah, and if you look at this leaderboard right here, somewhere pretty much 8 out of 10 of these anglers looking at this leaderboard have all caught at least one of those Florida giants every day of this event. But really look for that big bright thing in the background. That is going to be a key factor the first day that we have had total sun all day long.
Clifford Perch, one of those guys that brought in a giant yesterday. It really lit us all up about what may be on stand ready today.
Do it.
Where are we heading this
We've been getting one giant one a day, and we got good sunshine to start the day today. We haven't had that. It's been, just part of the day's been sunny. It's a little cool this morning, so I'm not sure how that'll affect them, but some of those places are pretty protected. And we're going to have really good light to see in the grass holes and all that stuff, so I feel really good about it. Hopefully we can get more than one of them big ones, at least get one giant one, but it would be nice to just find a whole limit of them, and we've got a chance. Anytime you're in the top 10, there's these big of bags around, somebody's gonna do it today, and I really like where we're going and what we're doing for it, so I'm excited about it.
Boy, the way those big ones can change things. We got a great example of it from yesterday. You got to watch this piece of footage with Clifford Perch.
Yeah, pretty much the reason he's fishing on Championship Sunday is this bite late on semifinal Saturday.
Oh my gosh. Yes! 12. It's a 12. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Wow. Thank you. That's all of 10.
That is what is out there, and we look at the margin, the poundage separating our top 10. It doesn't even add up to one of those big ones that we've seen so far in our broadcast today, Mark Zona. Anyone in the top 10 is in this game today.
Yeah, and really this is the lake where the boogeyman kind of at least throughout this tournament, the boogeyman shows up out of nowhere. Giant bass. And the main thing, a lot of those guys that are sight fishing that they're going to have to deal with, there is an early morning offshore bite that we have seen every single day of this tournament where the guys that are fishing a little deeper, there's a shad spawn thing going on overnight. And usually those offshore guys come out firing very, very early, at least for the first hour of competition.
Yeah, we got one of them ready to go right now. Let's go at David Mullins. Starting this day in 3rd place, has been hard at work. He's already put 4 keepers in the boat, so we need to get out to Mullins right now. It's a little bit of footage from earlier this morning. Give you an idea of how quick it goes on.
Yeah, and if you did not tune in yesterday, this area has been, in a nutshell, it has been throttled. There has been at least 20 to 40 boats in about 100-acre stretch throughout this area, and it's an area that has reloaded every single day of this tournament. In fact, your leader is just around the corner from David Mullins, Ray Hanselman, actually right in the background.
All right, you saw it right there in rapid succession. The first 4 keepers for David Mullins in about the first 10 minutes of fishing. Now we're back live with him.
There he is.
Get up in there. There we go. There we go. Number 5. You feel me on that right there? It's a bad little worm right there.
Taking a look at Lane Park, also known as Banana Cove. Not as many boats today, but if you'd have looked at that picture yesterday, you'd have been staring at about 25 to 30 boats. There's still a pretty good group in there early today. And really, if you've made it to Championship Sunday, the area has a lot of protection, a lot of grass in there, called about 4 to 7 feet of water. A lot of the anglers doing, at least that you're going to see on camera, doing something different than the rest of the group in this area. We'll talk a lot about those techniques today.
Ray Hanselman, our leader, to start the day. Now playing catch-up.
Sorry, fish.
And what we've seen in this tournament is a lot of bass, hundreds of bass, fair to say, Tommy, that size in this area, and out of nowhere, you'll see one of those giant 6 to 8 pounders come out of that cove.
We've also seen a new leader every single day of competition. Will that hold up for 4 straight days with someone knocking off Ray Hanselman today? We'll keep an eye on that as well.
That's kind of a good bet. Well, who knows? Drew Benton struggled on day 1. He was one of the guys really expected to cash in on these conditions that didn't show up until yesterday, and he was able to catch up.
Yeah, Drew Benton is a scary player in our top 10. Said he's going to fish shallow all day long and really likes the conditions. The one thing you want for being up shallow this time of year is that sun. And like we said, this is the first time this tournament we're going to have sun all day.
Number 1. On the old Bagley Pro Sunny B twin spin. I love this little top water, especially around grass. They get both hooks and they're hooked really well when they bite it. That's the male. Let's see if there's another.
A lot of the anglers you're going to see today, as they're up there eye spying, looking for spawners, you're going to see a lot of topwater action. Drew Benton and Clifford Perch, a lot of the key fish they caught yesterday coming on a topwater. In between areas, they have found spawners.
Golly. I got grass on there. Gotcha. Let's go. Let's go.
Well, as it's freezing pretty much everywhere in the country, let's do some topwater this morning.
Why not? Yeah. Let's treat ourselves.
Such a treat.
And to put it in perspective, we came into Championship Sunday last week on FS1 on St. John's River, and only one angler was within 5 pounds of the leader. Today, all 10 anglers start 5 pounds within the leader.
It's wide open. Absolutely. Brian Schmidt, right up at the top of our leaderboard early yesterday, wound up at the bottom of the leaderboard, but still in the top 10. This was earlier with Brian Schmidt.
Earlier today, and Brian Schmidt starting off on the right side of the scale yesterday, catching one between 7 and 8 pounds in the first 10 minutes.
He was pretty much able to do what we just saw David Mullins do, put a limit in earlier. Check that box off. That's an important thing as well.
Jeez, Brian, wake up.
This is live with Schmidt now.
Nice 3 pounder.
A lipless crankbait, a bladed jig. Pretty much been his approach all tournament long so far.
Whoopsies. Yeah, like I said, we're going to leave this in a little bit. Never even felt them bite, just got heavy. That's a fresh fish.
We talked.
Dude, I never even felt them bite it.
We talked about Brian Schmidt and his big start yesterday. He got his big one out of Banana Cove early. He has been enjoying fishing in here. Reminds him of places he does very well back home.
Yep. Concentrating on a lot of that isolated hydrilla in Banana Cove. This was bite number 1 for Brian Schmidt yesterday.
Whoa! I'd say he's 8. Ricochet. God. Come on.
Well, reinforcing what you said earlier, Mark Zona, he absolutely had to have this one in order to fish today.
Yeah, and really, that's kind of what the story has been in Banana Cove this whole tournament. Just catch a bunch of 2.5 pounders, backing it up with 1 or 2 of those a day.
Getting ready to head over here in a minute.
You're looking at a chain of lakes that's about 78,000 acres. And this 100-acre area has shown up in a big way. One of the reasons why there's a lot of vegetation in that cove. To the rest of Big Harris Lake, at least, not as much grass, which has made this an absolute bass magnet throughout this tournament. And it has really reloaded every single day, where a lot of the anglers said there are thousands of bass in that certain cove.
See, here's a school of fish roaming around in this cove, man, and when you collide with them, they're biting. Like you're not working hard. Like it's happened every day for somebody. Right place, right time. Day 1, I collided with it. You know, it's just kind
kind of got to get around them, man. You don't want to be grinding.
That's the truth right there, Brian Schmidt. Being around him, he's put himself around him each and every day. Again, the addition of a necessary giant to make it, to get over on Championship Sunday. That's what's always playing and will be all day long. David Mullins, as we say, checking off that very important box, getting a limit in the boat quite early, and David Mullins on top right now. Things are changing. What a big day ahead on the Harris Chain.
The Site 1 Bassmaster Elite at Harris Chain is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, and by Nitro Boats.
The Bassmaster Elite Series up and running full speed with back-to-back tournaments here. Stops 1 and 2 right here in Florida, the Sunshine State. We were on the river, the St. Johns River to begin with. John Cruz with a great victory, and now we are fighting it out on the final day. Championship Sunday at the Harris Chain. David Mullins has taken over the lead with an early limit. We've seen a lot of great stuff going on here. Showing out, if you will. And the big ones, we had great weather leading up to this tournament. The expectation was for big ones from day one, minute one. It's been a long time coming. It's finally coming into form as of yesterday. Some amazing stuff, and we are seeing a little taste of it so far today, and the potential of what may be coming is fantastic, Mark Zona.
Exactly, Tommy, and really the presence of those shallow water anglers like Drew Benton became a big factor yesterday. They're going to have to sustain a little bit of those blows from David Mullins and the other anglers in Banana Cove, but as the day wears on, you'll start to see that sight fishing game play big time.
Well, welcome to you, a big sports Sunday to say the least, and we're so happy to have you with us on Bassmaster Live. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Marathon. I am Tommy Sanders, of course, with Mark Zona. Ronnie Moore and Mike Sukon in here, and Ronnie, you're getting ready to fire up some essential knowledge early on. We need all we can get.
Yeah, I wanted to clue in the fans on FS1 of what has happened at the Harris Chain so far. 3 days of competition in the books. This is the final day, and we've seen a lot of different lures come into play, a lot of different baits. Each day of competition, the weather changes, the baits change as well. I wanted to take you through a few of those that we're seeing play and should play today as well. So when we get into our Bass Pro Shops top lures, getting to Championship Sunday is no easy feat, and some anglers have had to pull out some tricks to get it done. A lot of those anglers in the Banana Cove area are really on top of each other, and they need to be a little different. We've seen Ray Hanselman, even a little bit of David Mullins throwing a Strike King Hybrid Hunter. It looks like a normal crankbait, but this L-shaped bill, we'll get into this as well a little bit more, but that L-shaped bill makes it act a lot different, and you can fish it over and through grass a lot differently than most crankbaits. It kind of has a good mix of a bladed jig and a lipless crankbait, two great lures for grass fisheries. So that's the Hybrid Hunter, and that is what has a couple of our anglers at the top of the leaderboard. We've also seen one of those prototypical chatterbait style. The bladed jigs have factored, doesn't matter what trailer you put on it, anything that you choose and have confidence in, but that bladed jig, it's that vibration, it's that weedless capability through the grass that really helps these anglers fish those first two lures. But after 20, 30 anglers have fished the same area, a lot of these anglers have had to adjust, and that is where we've seen a guy like Kenta Kimura rise up the leaderboard the last 2 or 3 days of competition, starting the final day in second place, and he did so with a swing head. We normally see a swing head either on the bottom, bumping rocks and whatever structures on the bottom, or dragging it like a traditional soft plastic on the bottom, but that is not the case this week. He has used the swing head with a swimming worm, and when we talk about a worm, anglers fishing worms, you think about a slow presentation dragging, but this swimming worm has kind of a ribbed tail on the back, a little half hook there that really makes it more like a swim bait. You can reel that right above, you can reel it right on the surface, right below, and vary your weight. So Kenta Kimura and other anglers have had to adjust to this going into today and the weekend. So that's just a couple of our Bass Pro Shops top lures that we'll look at today. But looking at yesterday's weigh, and we saw a lot of anglers catch some giant fish to make the final day. Brian Schmidt's 8-pounder helped keep him in that 10th spot and make it to the final day. Brandon Lester, our day one leader, tough day 2, a better day 3, and a huge day to get to today. Drew Benton also jumping up the leaderboard from the 50s to start the event into our top 10. Clifford Perch, what we thought was maybe the biggest bass of the event, was only a 9-pound 13-ouncer, and it was overshadowed yesterday by John Cox's 11-pound bass, the 17th biggest bass in Bassmaster Elite Series history. That is our Phoenix Boats Big Bass of the week. It's one of the biggest bass we've ever seen in competition, and the second ever, Tommy, in the state of Florida on the Elite Series.
Wow, wow.
I mean, Ronnie, you nailed that. Gonna get back out to Banana Cove, where we have lived all morning long this tournament with your day 3 leader from Texas, Ray Hanselman.
Oh, don't do that. Solid 2.5.
You can't see it, but you're looking at about 4 to 7 feet of water with a lot of hydrilla in that cove. And as you nailed, Ronnie, that Hybrid Hunter is built for fishing grass. It's a bait that came out of Texas. But when you talked about Kenta Kimura, who's just around the corner from Ray Hanselman, kind of an unorthodox deal with that swing head, that tungsten Rayugi swing head with a big worm. It's guys that have been doing something different, and we're going to talk about that swim worm a little bit later. Hooked up live right now with Brandon Lester.
Another one on the outside. Might make some magic this morning. 2.5. Found this spot during the day yesterday. I was just running down the lake. I saw this little protected pocket right here. I pulled in, I caught a 5-pounder off that reed clump right there. So I fished around in here and I got 4 or 5 bites, and I decided today, with this cold night, I wanted to let my best stuff, I wanted to let that sun warm it up a little bit, or what I felt like was my best stuff. So I came in here just to start. I mean, they ain't big ones, but it's nice to get some bites early. Get that confidence going.
Brandon Lester had one of the biggest limits of the tournament, 23 pounds on day 1, and then fell off a cliff on day 2. Hats off to him for fighting his way back into the top 10. Back out to our tournament leader, David Mullins.
You'll notice something with Mullins right there. A lot of your leaders that have survived and made it to Championship Sunday. One of the keys in that cove with all the pressure, the water's fairly clean. Very long casts has been a critical factor in that cove.
Brandon Lester, after being the day 1 leader, we put up a graphic about how his last 10 appearances in Florida, he's been in the top 35. He's made multiple top 10
appearances.
And then he had a terrible day, and I was like, he's not going to follow through with that, but here he is. Once again, back in the game, top 10.
That might be the dumbest fish in the lake. Might have took 3 times, but we got him. Little bitty guy. He's bleeding
Eerily
bad.
similar to what you'll see in Banana Cove. You'll see a bunch of small males like that caught.
He was bleeding, and if we got to keep him at the end of the day, we ain't gonna win. So, yep. Yeah, he did.
Z, for Brandon Lester to make a decision to start on an area that he discovered yesterday afternoon. But hey, if they're biting in there yesterday afternoon, after 6 days of fishing, 3 days of practice, 3 days of an event, that's a good area if they're
So we're just
continuing
trying
to bite.
to find the active school
in Party Cove, as they say.
Brian Schmidt.
One guy's going to collide with them today. It's going to happen quick. And that guy's he's going to look like a hero. So it's hitting every little place that I've had a bite. Seems like every day it's a little bit different what they want, where they're, where they're located. We got 2 in the boat, 1 decent one. But day 4, offshore grass in Florida. I'm very, very happy.
First look at John Cox on the right there. Is he going to get the another crack at it today? Was one of our final day guys at St. John's last week.
We saw him day 1 this week.
Let's get out to Buddy Gross, our leader. Day 2, hooked up live.
Stay with me, Bubba. Stay with me. That ain't 4, but I'll take it. Mabel, come here. Ho, ho, ho. It's a good start. Right where I told you they was, they're just sitting out there on the...
This bass earlier today for Buddy Gross. And if you watched Bassmaster Elite Series on FS1, you have seen a lot of Buddy Gross and predominantly fishing his strength, fishing offshore. Buddy Gross kind of tickling that perimeter of Party Cove, Banana Cove.
Little chunk.
That is a chunk.
Little chunk. Thank you, Lord.
Good job. Yeah, right. Never getting right in the middle of it. Always kind of chewing around on the outside.
Yeah, right on the crust.
See how much
John Cox catching an 11-pounder yesterday. And that 11-pounder, Ronnie, you'll find this interesting. He saw that bass. Actually said he saw it on day 2 yesterday. Fished for that bass for 3.5 hours.
Both of our biggest fish yesterday came sight fishing. I would argue maybe 3 or 4 of the 5 biggest, other than Brian Schmidt's 8-pounder. Most of them came visually.
Yes.
Which is why we had such a mix-up in the top 10 going into today. We're really starting to see some of those shallow guys maybe come on a little stronger than probably what they expected day 1.
Yeah.
But they were a little behind.
The perch came from the furthest
ready
back.
for that
He was
one.
29th. That was 23rd.
Took my worm.
John Cox had a shot at it last week at the St. John's River, caught a giant, biggest limit of the tournament on day 3, and everyone was about ready to hand it over to him, but it just did not fire on the final day. Nothing is guaranteed out here.
See, I was going to ask you how much more Banana Cove can take. In the tournament, 3 days, 94 guys, first 2 days, we've caught 1,160 fish. If you figure 32 guys were fishing in there and had their limit, 410 fish came out of Banana Cove, almost 36% of the catches.
You know, you'll find this interesting. We talked about him. Going to head back over to Buddy Gross in Harris, just around the corner from Banana Cove, and it has stood up the entire event so far. There's a lot of folks that are watching here on FS1 that are hoping that Banana Cove falters today, where we could see those shallow water anglers.
Get your big butt down. Big girl, hang on. Just want you to ride for a minute. Whoa. Lord, Lordy mercy, Lordy. Oh, we're gonna put her on the big side. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Thank you, Lord. Holy cow. Golly. I tear up my line with a Carolina rig all the time. I tried something new. I put a new little bobber on this thing to try to keep it from tearing my line up. And I think I fixed it because it's not tearing it up. Hallelujah. I'm shaking a little bit.
Exciting start for Buddy Gross. Four in the live well. Early on, first 30 minutes of fishing. Kenta Kimura, very dangerous guy out here. Absolutely improving each and every day. Very confident about this place.
Feet. 2.5? Yeah. It's a good fish to start.
Solid keeper for Kenta Kimura. We're going to break down why he's throwing that tungsten football swing head, doing something different in Banana Cove, and yesterday by far caught the biggest stringer out of that area.
Banana Cove starting early as it has each and every day. How long will it hold?
Whoa!
Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Site 1 Bassmaster Elite at Harris Chain is sponsored by Power Pole.
Today, it's the most iconic day in all of motorsports, the Daytona 500. The Great American Race kicks off the 2022 NASCAR season at 2:30 Eastern, 11:30 Pacific, only on Fox and the Fox Sports app. A lot of people looking forward to that.
Yeah, Z, you never gave your picks
Absolutely.
yesterday. Tommy gave his picks. I objected and said Kyle Busch. You didn't say your picks, though.
Well, Tommy gave us three, and
Yeah,
he gave
exactly.
us three pretty big hitters. I'm going to go with, and I'm consistent. I'm going with Martin Truex today. A lot of history and a lot of good history in that race. A lot of good history happening here on the Harris Chain. And Buddy Gross, like David Mullins, firing early. 4 bass in his live well. Only thing we've not seen so far with David Mullins, Buddy Gross, we have not seen the presence of a giant so far early today.
Buddy's moved fast in the last 15 minutes, going from 6th all the way up to 2nd place. Big flurry
Good
for him.
Lord. Did you see that? Hold on, Bubba. Hold on, girl. I need your butt. Holy cow.
Keeper
See, I'm
number
telling you, they're doing
5,
something weird.
solid
See, it's on
keeper.
the outside. It's like a double bumping. I don't know if I'm running into them and they're running my line. That's something weird going on right there now. I got white fish. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Number 1.
Oh, he is feeling it.
Day 2 leader,
Little
Buddy
offshore
Gross.
shell bed. Little offshore shell bed. 4
I'm
to
gonna turn
10
stuff
feet
off,
of
I'm gonna let
water.
Huh?
What was that?
Will they let you turn some stuff off?
Yeah, I actually have to reset.
Get him over 16 pounds, and then up in the first place was 71 pounds.
Anytime there's
yeah.
a natural bank like this, I think it's the best form of spawn because it's flatter than those seawall banks. So I always try to hit them.
Oh, gosh.
Yes, sir. Thought he was bigger than that when he hit. 2.5.
Well, if there's an angler you do not want creeping around on Championship Sunday in the state of Florida, you are looking at him, one of the best shallow water anglers this time of year. Another one doing his damage up shallow. Clifford Perch, Humminbird, bird's eye view. A lot of Clifford Perch's damage done in Griffin, where he's pretty much been, surprisingly in this tournament, been left alone up shallow.
Watched him bring in that almost double-digit
I can
fish
see
yesterday.
another. Looks like maybe one right underneath me here too. Yep, there he is. I can't see much of him. He's just sticking out underneath the mat there, but yeah, I see a fish there. Yep, he's got it. Yep, he's gonna bite. I don't think this is the big one. This is a little smaller one. I can't quite see, but I saw him try to bite it there that last time. Definitely a bigger one. This, I think as that sun gets a little higher, it'll get a little easier. Warm them up, get them a little bit more aggressive too. It kind of is a cold morning. I can catch this fish right here, I think, but it's not real big on the left side. The one on the right's definitely a bigger one, but I can't see it right now. Yeah.
In theory, that sun should play a huge factor and benefit to the guys that are sight fishing.
We'll look at this giant from yesterday, Clifford Firth.
Guys that are up shallow, this is what they're looking for, the benefit of a giant female spawning, and Clifford Perch has caught one of these each day of this. Look at that, it's like a baby.
It's like half of Clifford Perch.
Baby
heifer. Giant right there. All right, another new leader now. We saw it go down very quickly. Buddy Gross, our leader from day number 1. We've had 3 different leaders already so far on Championship Sunday. 10 anglers out there today, and we expect many more different anglers to occupy that top spot if things go according to form here on the Harris Chain. Plenty more on the way. We'll be right back.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Site 1 Bassmaster Elite at Harris Chain is sponsored by Power Pole.
2022 Bassmaster Elite Series, the best in the business, going at it on this famous Harris Chain of lakes, iconic for bass fishing here. We have had 3 different leaders during the course of the day. We've had 3 different leaders to start each day during the course of this tournament. A lot of movement, so close together, bunched up. This top 10 who remain on the final day, where we are going to see it's anybody's ball game, and it still is. But Buddy Gross has the spotlight right now. Let's take a look at what we just saw with him, a big flurry of good ones.
No doubt about it. And Buddy Gross starting early yesterday, but did not have, actually had the lightest stringer he's weighed in all week, just under 15 pounds on semifinal Saturday, fishing isolated shell bars on Harris itself, 4 to 10 feet of water. And if you really look at what he's done today compared to yesterday, a lot of his bass that he put on the scales coming on a 3/4 ounce lipless crankbait. Today switching over to a Carolina rig, at least for most of his bites. But Buddy Gross firing early is a big handful for the rest of this field. Reason why, he's going to have a lot of time to fish some of his other shell bars in Eustis and in Dora. But really looking at the way Buddy Gross has caught them offshore, if you talk to a lot of the locals, one of the best ones, Tim Frederick, fishes this lake a lot. Really, a lot of the anglers fishing offshore was not supposed to be the biggest factor coming into this tournament. It was either going to be a sight fishing gig or guys that were blind bed fishing reeds, fishing lily pads like Brandon Lester. Buddy Gross making the offshore gig work here on Championship Sunday.
Call that our VMC on-point performance so far today on Championship Sunday. There's the way it sorts out. Those 5 fish coming, and you can see how fast that happened. About 14 minutes. And Buddy Gross on top of the leaderboard from 6th place just that quickly. 4-pounder in the
And
mix,
if you really
too.
look at that flurry that Buddy Gross has gone on so far, Tommy, the one thing that you've seen offshore here, once you get them firing, you can load the boat in a hurry. From there, we're going to pick back up to Griffin Lake with Clifford Perch all alone in the northeast corner.
In an area we call Emerald Marsh. There's 2 marsh areas on Griffin, and this is the northern one.
You can see he's on the protected east side. We got an east wind today,
Yes.
so he's staying out of that. He can see his fish. Slick water on the east side.
Dang, I see it. There it is. Got it.
Oh, heavens.
It's giant. It's giant. Come here, baby. Come here. Oh, gosh. Oh, gosh. It's a daggum giant. Come here. Come here. Stay out of that grass. Oh, don't get in the grass. Oh, gosh. Get out of that. Come here. Come here. Stay out of the grass. Come here. Oh, gosh. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Thank you, Lord. Oh, gosh, it's inside the mouth. Look at that. Oh, boy. That's how to start. That's how to start. Thank you, Lord. That's a good one. Dude, that's a giant. That's a giant. Let's get the scale. Get that scale out. We'll get her in the water here. Oh, my goodness. Let's get it.
Wow. Oh boy. Giant for
Bury
Clifford
there.
Perch.
Those eggs will go and make lots of baby bass right there. Can you see them right there just off of that little chunk of peat moss?
All bass in the Bassmaster Elite Series when you're
Dude, that was so
sight
exciting.
fishing have to be hooked in the mouth.
I looked up
That
there and
bass
saw
right
that big
there.
old yellow side.
About the size of some of the
Turned
limits
on.
that we've seen caught
It just got
today.
heavy.
Absolutely. I would say 8 pounds, but I mean, we were a little bit wrong yesterday. It's hard to tell.
I got enough weight. I was afraid there's a male and a female, so I was hoping it was that female. There's quite a bit of weight. I thought, I better pull back on that one. Oh my gosh. So fun. This is my favorite kind of fishing. It's like archery hunting. There's a nice one right there. Look at that one.
And the
Yeah, it's
things
like
that-
archery hunting. It's just like you see it all happening, you anticipate it, your heart starts pounding. Oh, hold on, we got another one here. I gotta get my shadow off of it. Dang. Yeah, I can't tell how big. Golly. Dude, this is gonna be so fun today. Oh my gosh. This is like Disneyland. I love it when this stuff happens. Some people come to Orlando to go to Disney World. This is Disney World right here. This is better.
Z, every day his biggest basses came later in the day. For him to already have one that size early bodes well for maybe him getting 2 or 3 that size
Absolutely,
today,
man.
which he needs to, coming from
Saw a
9th
couple
to
back
win
in there. We're
to win
gonna
this
let 'em
event.
Kind of
And how rare is
set
it
back up.
to have
I'd
perfect
really like
conditions?
to go the other direction.
And
down
you
there,
are-
'cause my shadow's leading us this way, and I'd like to have my shadow behind us.
Humminbird bird's eye view. How rare is it that you're doing this alone? That is not very often on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Oh, dude, we started out with a good one.
And again, all of these bass,
Okay.
when your
Let's
sight
go. I
fishing
feel
have
like
to
we
be
don't have
hooked
time
in the
to
mouth,
waste here today. We got to get
unlike
after
some
it.
other
They're
circuits.
gonna bite like that right off. That gives us a chance to catch a giant bag.
And where Clifford Perch is trolling motor only once you get out of the main canal that heads towards that marsh. So his navigation time is going to be much longer if he wants to really make a move
I saw a
inside there.
big one on that little island right there.
Oh, I figured that was coming.
Oh, yes, sir. Clifford Perch has caught a big one every single day of this tournament. For bite number one here on Championship Sunday to be a big one, this man right here from Payson, Arizona is going to be a handful when you start your day. I'm talking about a Harris Chain Lanka. That can only be one thing. Power pole replay of the day early for Clifford Perch. And if he can just back that up with, as you said, Ron Moore, a solid limit and maybe one more big bite, power pole replay of the day is, I'm talking about a Florida dadgum stud for Clifford Perch.
Interesting to see what he claims is the weight on that. We'll get that info to you just as soon as they get it entered into Bass Track.
Yeah, and I mean, perfect conditions for that today.
The happiest place on earth for Clifford Perch, not Disneyland today. Absolutely, it's right where he is in Lake Griffin. Buddy Gross still on top as it stands now, but that is going to be there's going to be a reshuffle here momentarily. We got plenty more to come. We'll have the new figures for you when we come back and so much more from the Harris Chain.
Look at the size of that bass!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of BASS.
The Harris Chain, Apopka, Harris, Little Harris, Griffin, Eustis, Dora, Carlton, Beauclair, and Yale. Different lakes, all connected, same waterway altogether. They make for a lot of acreage. Certain places, though, are loaded with the giants. Buddy Gross now, big flurry early on today. Good solid fish, a 5-fish limit, and he is on top of that leaderboard right now. Clifford Perch, that one came in a little bit smaller than might have appeared to me anyway. Gave it 6 pounds and 3 ounces, so it moved him up only 2 spots. But one bit that big, that early, that's huge, no matter which way you look at it.
That is absolutely huge. Going to get out to Florida Angler. We were with him on day number 1, fishing in Eustis. Has been making a little bit different milk run throughout the chain of lakes here since day number 1. Scott Martin.
Working on my little 11, 12-pound bag every day. That's about all I've caught in the mornings, 11, 12, 13 pounds, so pound and a half for there. Small one. But it's the thing about Florida. It's like, I mean, yeah, there might be some guys catching like all 4 and 5 pounders. Like every time they set the hook, it's a big giant one. But typically, it's pound and a half, 2 pounder, pound and a half, 2 pounder, and then an 8. And then you'll have 17. If you get another 6 or an 8, you have 21. You know, it's just kind of how Florida is, really. So, as long as you're getting some male bites in a spawning area, you got a real good chance of getting a big one. A real good chance of getting a real big one.
That was his exact formula yesterday. He caught 2 nice size 6-7 pounders in a bag at 21.5 to climb from 13th to 5th.
Yeah, and he just nailed it. You get in these areas where you're getting a lot of bites from males, little, you know, 1.5 pound to 2 pounders. You eventually will take a big shot on goal with a female.
Let's bring in our associate, the great Davey Huck, the Hall of Famer, the legend out there on the water on this beautiful, beautiful morning. Davey, sunshine all day long. That's the first thing you notice about Championship Sunday. What does that mean to you?
Well, it means that the guys that are wanting to sight fish to look at those fish and visually fish for those males and females on the bed. This is the day they've been waiting for. The only thing, we do have a little wind. It makes it a little difficult to see, but that sun is going to make a big, big difference for those people that are sight fishing. I've been with Drew Benton this morning. He's been throwing a top order, just waiting for that sun to come up. He missed one, about 5 pounds. He's going to go back to it when the sun gets up a little bit and hopefully catch that fish off the bed. But it's the perfect day, especially in the afternoon when that sun gets high, to see some of those big fish caught like we've seen the last 2 days.
Davey Height, B&W Trailer Hitches on the line. And for somebody following this on FS1 right now, kind of talk to them about, look, there is a floor. There is a floor and a ceiling for the guys that are fishing offshore. It seems like you're maxed out at about 20, maybe you can creep around 22 pounds. The way we're seeing Clifford perch, the way we're seeing Drew Benton and Scott Martin fish, their ceiling it's a 30 to 35 pound potential.
It really is, Z. And, that's the way we thought this tournament would be won coming in. But there were so many fish caught offshore on that hydrilla and those shell bars. And it still could be won that way. But, man, it's really ending up, is kind of unfolding like we thought coming into this event, that the people looking at those fish and picking those bigger fish to spend their time would be the ones to maybe win this event, and it really looks like that could happen. John Cox fished for that fish, an 11-pounder yesterday for 3 hours, and you see in that 3 hours some of the people over there in Banana Cove, Party Cove, whatever you might want to call it, they might catch 8 or 10 bass in that same time period, but those bigger fish are the ones that win these events, and the guys that can look at them and they can pass up those 2 and 3 pounders and fish for their 5+ pounders like Drew Benton, John Cox, Scott Martin, Clifford Perch. Those are the people I'm afraid you're going to have to really look out for today.
Davey, we talk about giants like we're just seeing here with Clifford Perch. We're looking actually at that footage from yesterday right now. Do you have the feeling that there's plenty of those big ones left to be taken here on the Harris Chain? They're not cleaned out by any means, are they?
Well, the moon really brings those fish in, and we thought maybe Thursday and Friday would be the days that we'd see those fish moving up, but it turns out yesterday, and it looks like even today with Clifford Perch catching that big one early on, are the days that those fish are moving up just a few days after the full moon, which is unusual. But another advantage is they haven't been fished for a whole lot, and only a handful of half of the top 10 are going to do that today, where I really thought coming into this event that we would have 9 or 10 of our top 10 all fishing for those bed and bass.
B&W Trailer Hitches on the line. Davey, I'm going to ask you a very weird question right now about this tournament. Can you remember an event ever on the Bassmaster Elite Series where offshore guys were competing against guys that are sight fishing in the last 20 years?
Well, not with like half the field and half the field. You might have one of the top 10 fishing offshore and the others on the bank fishing for spawning bass. But to have basically half the field fishing offshore, a lot of those fish post-spawn fish, and then you have half the field fishing for those big females like we've seen being caught. And that's really what you want to do, but it's just so unusual. There's still some of those bigger fish moving up, but a lot of those fish are offshore, but they've been beat on so much. The second day of this event, we saw 50 boats fishing in a 100-acre area, and it just is so hard to withstand that. And most of those fish have been to 3, 2.5 to about 4 or 5 pound range. We did see Brian Schmidt catch that one fish almost 8 pounds yesterday, but most of those fish are just good, solid keepers that would be good for most tournaments, but it's going to take some of those 7, 8, 9, and even maybe an 11-pounder like we saw John Cox to win this event today.
Davey, you hate this. Give us a winner. Give us one name, not 3, 1.
I promised you yesterday it was going to be too close to call, but gosh, you've got to go with, because that's what I've been talking about. You've got to look out for Clifford Perch because he's already got one of those bigs in his live well. If he catches another one, he can come back from 9th place and win this thing.
Absolutely. Davey Height, thank you so much. Good stuff. We'll be leaning on Davey all day. Davey thinks it's going to come down to the bitter end, and that's good news. We like to hear. We like tournaments like that where it's all undecided until we get to the weigh-in. Let's get back out to Scott Martin. Scott's got 3 in the boat. No big ones.
Yeah, and Scott Martin said he's got a little hidey hole Not in Arkansas hidey hole. He's got a Florida hidey hole that he will visit later this morning. A lot of his big ones the last 2 days have come out of there. Scott Martin live. And a lot of our viewers here on FS1 didn't get to see Scott Martin on day one of this tournament. It was a derailed train wreck for the majority of the day, and he ended up salvaging that day late, kept coming in with over 17 pounds, but it was one of the hardest days we have ever seen on Bassmaster Live.
Yeah, hooking up with a big one and putting them in the boat are two different things. It can be very, very difficult depending on how the bite is going, how zestfully they are taking the bait on any given day. Pretty gross hooked up again.
Quit it. Quit it.
Thank you, Lord.
Close. Not even.
There's a big one. There's a big one.
You'll see a lot of those Florida grebes in here.
Not a big one, not a big one, not a big one. Good one, though. He hit like a big one. I like it when a plan starts working out. We haven't caught a big one yet, but I'm telling you, somewhere on this edge it could go down. It's a 2-pounder, probably 2 1/4 actually. Put him on my big side. Male, they're in here spawning in these pads. In the mornings, a lot of times those big females will sit here on this edge, like I said, and get ready to move in there. The sun warms up just a hair. See if we can't pick off. I just need like 2 big bites out here. Wind's perfect, blowing in, spawning bank. It's really set up pretty good for a big bite.
Scott Martin looking to do big things today. All of our top 10. Well, you're going to have to do something big today if you want to walk away with this trophy.
Yeah, you really feel like there is an explosion coming on this lake shallow. Davey Height nailed it. Look out for guys like Clifford Perch, Scott Martin, but in the driver's seat right now, Buddy Gross from Tennessee.
Oh, we're just getting started on Championship Sunday. Again, we're down from our original 94 hopefuls on this Bassmaster Elite Series second stop of the year, down to those 10 right there. And who will stand on top of it all at the end of it all? Still anyone's game. I think everyone can agree on that, knowing what lives here in the Harris Chain. We're going to take a quick break, and we will be right back with more Championship Sunday.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Site 1 Bassmaster Elite at Harris Chain is sponsored by Power Pole.
Hey guys, John Cox here. Man, what a frigging awesome day we had. Guys, we were in search of a big one, and we rolled up on a big one first thing this morning. Spent 3 hours trying to catch it, and kept throwing, and I ended up catching it on a Berkeley crawl. I don't even know what we're gonna call it yet. You kind of get a little sneak peek. Oh, but that's all I can give you guys because it's not out yet, but it should be out soon. But they really like it. I caught the big stringer last week on it and stuff, and gosh, man, what an awesome day. Hopefully we make the top 10 and we get to go out there tomorrow and maybe run into another 10 or 11 pounder.
John Cox?
Tommy, he didn't show us the bait.
He didn't give up the goods, did he? No, it's a big tease. It's a big tease, but it gives you some idea of what, and you want to exalt an 11-pounder? We do that, certainly. Site One Bassmaster Elite, Harris Chain of Lakes, Lake County, Florida, Leesburg, our fantastic host city, and the TH Marine Weather Watch. There's your conditions. High of 76 today, just about perfect. Low of 56. That's tonight. Sunny all day long, and as expected, you said it was going to be an east wind. It looks like, and it is an east wind today. See?
Yeah, we've definitely had every direction of wind this tournament. Like we said early here on FS1 today, looking at that TH Marine Weather Watch, it is as sunny as we've seen it all tournament long. Going to get back out to Party Cove right now, Banana Cove. With your day 3 leader, Ray Hanselman from Del Rio, Texas.
Tommy, I believe we found out day 1 of this event that Harris Chain is one of 1,200 lakes in Lake County or something, 1,700 lakes, some crazy number amount of fishing capital of the world, it seems.
That feels better. He's not that big, but he's barely hooked, it looks like.
Ray with a limit in the boat. He's culling now, upgrading.
No. Well, he's hooked.
And that is the one thing about Banana Cove. That bass right there, 4 to 7 feet of water, a lot of shell.
Incredible hooks.
A lot of hydrilla in that cove, but there have been so many 2 to 2.5 pound fish caught out of there. But we have not seen any bass today over 3.5 pounds out of Banana Cove. Gonna get out with a man right here. Everybody's eyes on one of the best Florida fishermen in the world. Back out to John Cox in the Beauclair, Apopka Canal.
All right, guys, it's been a little slow so far. We had a couple fish hit our worm and just set the hook and take the worm off. We saw a few fish moving out there. They, I think they were wanting to spawn. They just weren't anywhere near wanting to stay on the bed anywhere near it. So we're just gonna we're gonna keep looking. Yeah, I really think it's gonna get better as the day goes on. That sun's really warming up quick. Yeah, the wind's not bad. Everything. It's a beautiful day out here. I mean, it is nice. So maybe they'll get them big females up there, and maybe we'll catch one.
I've been lucky to fish with John Cox. You see that oversized swimming worm? He throws that bait a lot in shallow water. One of his go-tos, no weight on it.
I think he's done well in opens as well. I think it's the Berkeley windup. That's what he calls it.
Our only angler in the top 10 without a fish so far,
no
John
go.
Cox.
No go as yet for John Cox, but you heard him say it, that big one he was talking about.
And they weren't
3
where they had
hours he
been. I
worked
was
on
just
that.
going down the break on the semi-grass line and looked out there, and there's a bunch of fish out behind me, and I was like, I know that's them, and they're kind of acting like Tennessee River fish. When they're really not wanting to feed, they pull off a break. These fish are off a break. I mean, I'm sitting up here in 5 or 6 foot of water, probably throwing out 12, and we're just dragging it up. And usually you have to catch them suspended like that, but the wind's blowing in. Instead of me trying to throw a swim bait, the water's a little dingy. I picked up this Carolina rig off of a referral from a buddy of mine and another angler in the tournament, and it's been lights out. They've been biting it. We ain't got a giant bag, but we got a good start. We got a whole lot better start than we've had yesterday.
Mullins, solid limit in the boat already, has made his way out of Banana Cove like we have seen him do all 3 days of this tournament so far.
Yeah, I just spied him on the map. He's up near Scott Martin, and Drew Benton is right around the corner.
Good trip to Florida for David Mullins. Strong finish last week at St. John's River. Ditto for John Cox. A few of our other guys, and that's constitute a great start in the points race. And the points race is so very important. It determines how you advance from this year of 2022. Your level of success is measured by your points, and David Mullins and John Cox, number 1 and 2. Michael Frazier, saw a good bit of him yesterday, coming up in second place. Stetson Blaylock right there in fourth place. Jamie Hartman, so a good performance over these first 2 events lands you in a good spot for points. Of course, we have got 9 full-blown events that constitute our season here, so it's a long road ahead, but a good start never hurts. You don't want to give up any way high finish, Z.
A lot of those anglers in that top 10, Tommy, really just wanting to leave Florida with a couple good finishes. And you kind of expect John Cox to have a pretty good run in the state of Florida. We've got a lot of shallow water tournaments coming up here in the next 2 months on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
David Mullins was second in Angler of the Year a couple of years ago.
Every fish in the system likes it, though. That's why they come to it. It's the plankton goes there, and the bait fish go there, and then the brim go there, and then the bass go there. It's just a whole cycle. Everybody's using it.
Yeah, everybody's going there. It's got that vibe, kind of watching Ray Hanselman, Kenta Kimura in Banana Cove, almost have that feeling that the pressure of hundreds of bass being caught in there finally has caught up a little bit.
Now, if you didn't hear this earlier, you're just picking up with us at the tournament right now. I mean, half of our field literally was in there when it was a full field. So that's 40-something anglers concentrated in this one really relatively tiny area.
When the fishery's 75,000 acres and 40% of the fish come out of 1,000 of them.
That's not unheard of, but it's always a striking thing. When we take a look at our rookie situation, talking about points races, this has become a very important points race, especially in the last 5 or 6 years. Jay Shakura of Wisconsin on top of our Falcon Bassmaster Rookie of the Year watch.
Yeah, Jay Shakura kind of owning that race right now from Wisconsin, having a great showing in the state of Florida.
Matsushita, Webster, Jonathan Kelly, Cody Huff. Boy, we have great rookies each and every year, and that one's going to go down to the end. It usually goes down to the very last event. We are far from the end of this championship Sunday. So much to come. We'll be right back.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Site 1 Bassmaster Elite at Harris Chain is sponsored by Power Pole.
So we leave the Cushy Marathon Studios and we join our on-site coverage here in beautiful Leesburg, Florida for the final day. Championship Sunday for the second time of the 2022 Bassmaster Elite Series season. The Site 1 Bassmaster Elite at the Harris Chain. And all morning long, our leaderboard has constantly changed. 3-4 different leaders already today. And we're back to our day 2 leader with Buddy Gross atop the leaderboard. But the one thing we've been guaranteed this week is constant change. And let's have a look at our Humminbird Unlock the Lake to have a look at the catches from this morning. I'm joined by Bassmaster Classic champion Davey Height. And what's this telling you?
Well, it'll tell you that the lakes are fishing good. You see a lot of catches throughout these chain of lakes. Lake Dora there, you see 4 fish have already been caught this morning out of it. And then You go up to Lake Eustis, and several fish being caught out of there, 3 fish. And then as you look, Lake Harris is getting all the attention. This particular area, which we have called Party Cove, Banana Cove, I think a lot of people call it, Lane Park, has a lot of names, but it's had a lot of fishermen there this week. You see the most fish this morning being caught there in Big Lake Harris. Then we go into a backwater canal where I think we'll see a lot of this come into play later as the day goes on. Sight fisherman Drew Benton in particular in this particular area this morning, catching his fish in these canals.
Well, welcome to Leesburg, Florida, and our ultra-accomplished coverage team. Davey Height, a Bassmaster Classics champion, 2-time angler of the year, Bass Fishing Hall of Fame. He's got all the accomplishments. I just moved the hole that makes the words. But, man, what a championship Sunday, Davey. We literally have the top 10 going out within 5 pounds, which is not even half a fish in Florida.
It's really not, and we've seen some fish. John Cox catching an 11-pounder yesterday. We've seen some fish that size, no doubt about it, and I think we'll see some big ones today. I don't know if we'll see another 11-pounder, but as the sun is shining so brightly today, that's what the sight fishermen have been wanting to see all week, and they do have it for Championship Sunday.
That's right. For the very first time this week, we've had bright bluebird skies from the first start of the morning. The boats left at 7:30 this morning. And a guy who said, yes, definitely, although I'm in 10th place, I have just as much a shot to win this, is this guy right here, Brian Schmidt from Maryland. He talks slow, but he fishes fast.
Oh, shit.
Good solid fish there for Brian Schmidt. 4th keeper
We're
this
not
morning.
done.
Oh, he's a little
We're not done,
bigger than
baby.
I thought.
Adapting. Just missed a big one, just like this. This fish hit it like a perch. Like I didn't even. What's going on, dude?
Now over to our current leader, Buddy Gross. He was the leader after day 2.
Buddy Gross spending most of his time in Big Lake Harris. Not fishing in the same cove with most of these other anglers, but very close.
Oh, boy.
Real good one here for Buddy Gross. Already leading with about 16 pounds.
You see how big that is?
Oh. Giant fish here.
Come on over here, girl. I really need you.
Wow.
That's what I'm talking about. In the mouth. And
Buddy
a good
Gross just added to his 2-pound lead.
Just when you think this is going to be won by sight fish. You know, it's all sight fish, and everybody excited
Thank
about
you,
that.
Lord.
But Buddy Gross has done this
Thank you,
offshore
Lord.
all week.
He has, and
ain't
day
gonna weigh
1
that.
said he caught 50 keepers. And
Cool.
the numbers haven't been as good the last few days, but the size has been there just like that one for Buddy Gross.
Feels good. Blue.
When you set the hook, I saw you rod go forward.
Yeah, I was like, oh. Oh. Blue. It's a pretty good call.
Buddy Gross did not take a long time to actually hold that blue trophy here. Anglers fighting for it for a year. It took him 3 stops. 3 stops in the Elite Series, and he becomes an Elite Series champion. And, man, it feels like he's been here on Sunday a bunch since.
Yeah, he really has. And you look at his stats there from Lake Eufaula in 2020. Going into the final day, he was in 10th place. Day 3, 10th place. Going into day 4. Not very often do you see someone come all the way from 10th place on the final day, but you see there over 27 pounds for Buddy Gross, and he held that blue trophy high. Very, very happy to see Buddy Gross win in his first year here on the Elite Series.
Wow, and just like that, last week we had an event that was won wire to wire by John Cruz, and this week
as the day goes on,
we may have
every day
had
that you fish,
more
you never
lead
stop learning in
changes
fishing.
than I
That's
ever
one thing I do
remember.
know. I'm fishing this thing kind of backwards the way you ledge fish. I typically don't fish like this, so it's kind of weird.
What he's describing there, fishing it backwards the way you normally ledge fish. He's fishing
Feels
from
good,
shallow
though.
out too deep, and typically you fish those things from deep to shallow.
Why the change?
Probably because of wind direction. You see the wind coming straight to him there. And then oftentimes, just if you fished a place for 3 days in a row like these anglers have, so many of them are fishing the exact same places offshore, you just want to change up and give them a different presentation.
Now over to Clifford Perch from Payson, Arizona. He's been close to an Elite Series title before, and speaking of close to big bass the last 2 days. Kind of ruined his party yesterday with John Cox. But this is the way he loves to fish.
It really is. And you see there one fish in the live well in ninth place, but that one fish is a good fish. The big difference in these sight fishermen and the offshore fishermen, Clifford Perch is probably not going to spend 5 minutes fishing for a fish today under 3 pounds. He's going to pick and just fish for 5 of the right size fish.
You know what I can't see enough of? I can't see enough of giant fish. And Clifford Perch put a show on here this morning,
It's
Davey.
giant.
That gets
It's
me
giant.
excited.
Come here, baby. Come here. Oh, gosh. Oh, gosh. That's a daggum giant. Come here. Come here. Stay out of the grass. Come here. Oh, gosh. Yes, 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 yes. Thank you, Lord.
That is a giant. That is a great job by Clifford Perch this morning. So it makes you feel better. You saw they only had one fish in the live well. You don't feel so bad for Clifford Perch when it's that fish.
Wow. If that doesn't make you all tingly on Championship
see a
Sunday,
dark
I
spot
don't
every now
know
and then. There's a
what
dark
will.
spot
That's
right
his
now.
first fish of the day.
There it is.
And man, what a giant, giant shot. And as you said, working quality over quantity.
And we expected, I mean, I really did expect to see the offshore fishermen really jump out to the, have the lead this morning. It was David Mullins and Buddy Gross and Ray Hanselman's right in the mix. But as the day progresses, you got to watch out for the guys that are just sight fishing.
Colder today, and a lot of people would think that that's going to affect this. But is it circumvented by just having the perfect light level?
It is, absolutely. And the other thing, we feel the air temperature, and it takes longer for that water to cool down. So that, the cool morning after all those 68 to 72 degrees for low nights, it just hasn't affected the water temperature as much.
Back over to Chattanooga, Tennessee Pro, Buddy Gross. Trying to buy some hay bales for Bella.
I wasn't ready. That's my fault.
Again.
Oh.
I think it's another little one.
To quickly clarify
Oh,
before
my.
I get in trouble, the hay bales are not actually for Bella, it's for Bella's horses.
Got to meet Bella yesterday, Buddy's daughter, and she's all into some horse barrel racing now.
Now over to John Cox from DeBerry, Florida. Big things the last 2 weeks. Had the VMC Monster Bag of the tournament last week with 31 pounds, 15 ounces, and yesterday took over Phoenix Boats Big Bass with their first double digit and 11.
Yeah, that's the ultimate big bass, big stage, big
got
dreams,
her.
11-pounder yesterday. Here we go with
Oh,
another
boy.
big one.
Not a giant, but a nice one to start if we can get her in. Come here. Come here. There we go. There we go. Right there, boys. Whew, there's number one.
Little spotty service there,
First one we
but
seen that
everything
wasn't
seems to be
super
working
spooky.
okay for Cox
That's
here
one
this
down.
morning.
Just like Clifford Perch, just when you see
Four
them fishing
more.
for one, it's going to be
Four
the
more.
right one so
I'm
they
gonna
can
try
take
to
to the
catch that nail
scales.
real
You don't
quick.
want to bring a fish under 3 pounds to the scales here on Championship Sunday.
Got him on the
He's a freak. You know how weird he is, how different he is than other pros? This morning, me and him have been talking about going shiner fishing all week. He asked me to go tomorrow on Monday, and I said, I got to go home. I got to go to the ice and snow. I got to get out of I got to see my family. He said to me at takeoff, he's like, if we get done in time, want to go shiner fishing tonight?
Wow.
He is a weirdo, but I love it.
Yeah, he just loves to fish. He loves to fish.
And just so you know, if he does not win this, I am totally taking him up on the shiner trip. And if it's good, I am not going home tomorrow. Just sorry, family. Postcards are a beautiful thing. It's amazing that Perch has been able to deliver a big bite the last 3 days of this tournament. An incredible tournament and an incredible top 10 this time around. But atop the leaderboard, Buddy Gross with 73 pounds, 15 ounces. But right behind him, our current leader in Angler of the Year race, and that is David Mullins. The leaderboard is going to continue to change here in beautiful Leesburg, Florida, the Site 1 Bassmaster Elite at the Harris Chain.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Site 1 Bassmaster Elite at Harris Chain is sponsored by Power Pole.
For the second time in 2022, we have Championship Sunday at the Site 1 Bassmaster Elite at the Harris Chain. Atop our leaderboard, it's still Buddy Gross. But it doesn't matter who's leading right now. It's all about holding on to that lead until the end of the day. But right now, Buddy Gross up front with 73 pounds, 15 ounces. And his biggest threat so far this morning may be a guy who only has one bass in his live well. But when it comes to Florida, it's not so much about quantity. It's about quality. And Clifford Perch is winning that game right now, Davey Height.
He absolutely is. I've got one real solid fish in the live well and been fishing for this fish about 20 minutes, and I guarantee you it's another good one.
Oh boy.
That's not the big one.
That's what I was going to say. I bet that's not the one he's really trying to catch. Usually there'll be, what you want is to be a pair of fish there, a smaller male, which this is it.
Inside the mouth,
Hopefully
way
it'll be
in. It's not the same one, but we'll put it in there and see if she'll swim back up here.
These anglers try to catch that female first if they can, because if you catch that male and take it off the bed, sometimes the female will just swim away. But then sometimes they'll get tighter on the bed and be more protective. So you just never really know what mood that fish is in. But you'll usually find out within about 5 minutes of catching that male what you're going to be able to do. But
we're doing big bite baits. Super strong scent called Sensation. And it's a nice little drop shot worm. We're gonna flip that thing back up there and see. Let's get my pole. I lost my. Come here.
So he actually, that's his pole he put in the water to have the boat butt up against?
yes, that's a push pole, and most of these anglers have some type of shallow water anchor on the back of the boat, but you have that up at front to be able to adjust moving in and out just a little bit closer or a little farther away from that fish, depending on the light. Sometimes your shadow might be there and you want to move it away from the fish itself. Buddy Gross, another good fish, looks like.
Hooked on the bottom of the mouth.
Yes.
No.
Does that mean anything?
Yeah, I noticed that too. That's unusual to
Fish ain't
hook a
work.
fish in the bottom of the mouth, but sometimes I think it's just a coincidence.
No. That's gonna be a lot quicker, ain't it? I need to taste it to make sure it works.
Buddy Gross, our tournament leader. That one not going to help, but our Mercury move of the day Has to go to Buddy Gross, doesn't it? I mean, he's leading this tournament, and he's leading it fishing the way he loves to.
Yeah, Buddy Gross back on top. He was the leader after day 2 in this event. Caught a lot of fish on day 1, but did not have enough to take the lead. Day 2 didn't catch nearly as many fish, but he did catch the right size. This morning, though, Buddy Gross is certainly catching the right size. That fish we just saw him release was a good solid 2 3/4 pounder. So Buddy Gross, the Mercury move of the day, no doubt about it. Some bigger fish. He said that he was fishing this place backwards. And as backwards, he's probably fishing from shallow water throwing out to the deeper water.
If he can hold on $100,000, and that will buy a whole bunch of hay for his daughter, Bella Gross, a phenom barrel racer. I met her yesterday. You did too, Davey. And I mean, you can tell she's a barrel racer. She has a cast on her arm.
Exactly. I said, you must be Bella because you've got a cast on your arm. A great sign of a barrel racer.
Speaking of a cast, Bassmaster Classic coming up in just a few days, really next week. They start pre-fish on Friday. And Buddy Gross happy to be going in there without a cast this time around. If you remember last year competing, had to roll up on the stage.
Yes, he did. I'm sure he'll be excited to get back to a Bassmaster Classic and not have an injury, hopefully. And I bet he'll be double excited if he's able to hold that trophy above his head again here. Buddy Gross, when we heard that this tournament was going to turn into an offshore tournament, which we didn't think coming in, but after talking to the anglers pre-fish, you knew Buddy Gross was going to be a factor. And you see here, he's fishing in that general area, the Lane Park area, but staying kind of on the outskirts, so to speak. He also has a couple places in a few other lakes, but Buddy Gross, you see here this morning, solid fish there, starting at 823 this morning with a 3-pound, 8-ounce bass, and then that last fish, number 5, at 931, a 5-pounder. So Buddy Gross, 18 pounds, 10 ounces unofficially, a solid lead to start Championship Sunday.
The scary thing is, if you look at his first 3 fish there, one of Purchase almost matches those 3, and that's going to be the question. Does the sight game win this, or does it get one offshore? And there's no better at the sight game than this guy right here, John Cox, my buddy that's going to take me shiner fishing tonight. No shiners allowed in the tournament here
No
today.
shiners, no live bait allowed in these events.
Got him. This is just the safety one, just in case. Just in case, if I can get him. Oh, come here, buddy. There we go. Got him. That's just in case we get a big one and, you know.
Safety net.
Yeah, just in case. We don't want to lose by a 2-pounder at the end of the day and only have 4. I weighed in yesterday. I weighed in a 12-incher. I was so proud of that guy. All right, let's keep going.
So just with his concern of, you know, like he said, yes, I had a 12-incher, don't want to lose by 2 pounds at the end of the day. That shows you that he's not expecting a lot of bites. But obviously, as we've seen from Perch early today, you don't need a lot of bites.
You certainly don't. And yesterday, John Cox weighing in that 11-pounder that he said it took him over 3 hours to catch. So just putting that 2-pounder in his live well for insurance.
4-box Gross, Martin, Hanselman, and Lester. And this is Scott Martin's first top 10 on the Bassmaster Elite Series. With everything he's accomplished, you know, people don't realize how short a time he's been here on the Elite Series. It's just his second season and just a few days away from getting ready for his very first Bassmaster Classic.
Yeah, it's really incredible that it'll be his first Bassmaster Classic, but that's what he came here for, and that's what he's in search of, is the Bassmaster Classic trophy. I'm sure he's certainly happy to make his first top 10 here in the Elites, and
very much.
After the first day, we had a camera on him. He had such tough luck losing fish. A great accomplishment for him to rebound and shake that off, and currently sitting in 5th place. Somebody that we might see hold a blue trophy up this afternoon. I certainly wouldn't count him out.
There's an aerial shot of Clifford Perch throwing big shots early this morning. Not a lot of them, but big shots and big bites. And that's exactly what everybody comes to the Sunshine State of Florida for. But can he get enough bites to chase down the offshore bite, being led right now by Buddy Gross with 73 pounds, 15 ounces here at the Site 1 Bassmaster Elite at the Harris Chain.
The Site 1 Bassmaster Elite at Harris Chain is sponsored by Minn Kota, Powerful, and by Skeeter Boats.
My favorite day of the week, it is Championship Sunday and the second Championship Sunday of the 2022 Bassmaster Elite Series, the Site 1 Bassmaster Elite at the Harris Chain. And there we are looking at an aerial shot of Clifford Perch, and he is throwing a big, big shot early this morning. It's not winning the quantity game, but definitely winning the quality game. Davey Hyde, is this going to be won by sight fishing, or is this going to be won offshore?
Oh, I think it's going to be very, very interesting. The one thing that I really thought coming into today is it will be down to the last cast today to seeing who can win this event. Buddy Gross has a commanding lead right now, but we expected to see these offshore fishermen take control this morning. But as that sun gets up higher, you'll see people like Clifford Perch, John Cox catch them, but they better catch them because this is another big one for Buddy Gross.
Son, I want you to look. I told you they'd eat that swim bait, and I knew it'd be a bigger one. She wasn't getting off. See right there? Thank you, Lord.
Solid fish there for Buddy Gross. Add to his lead.
The smallest fish is 2 pounds, 10 ounces, so that's going to be a big addition.
Over to Brian Schmidt.
Yes. Weigh him real
A lot
quick.
more soft
I just
plastics
wanna-
yesterday
Just
afternoon
for
and
reference.
so far this morning. A lot of pressure on these areas and slowing down using the soft plastic baits, getting them to bite today.
Two and a half.
Brian Schmidt once again proving what all of us believe. That first season on the Elite Series was an anomaly. He is a player and was all last season and once again this year. 4-box, Gross, Hanselman, Mullins, and Benton. 3 offshore and 1 looking at him. He really did lie to us on day 1. When Drew Benton told us he was done sight fishing,
They're all.
lasted about 10 minutes.
I got a lot of people. There's a lot of people to thank. Lord, number one. My wife for putting up with me and letting me do this is my dream. My daughter for letting me and her mama both leave. And my mother, who's the backbone of our family, she just takes it on the chin and does whatever we need her to do. She's an awesome woman. All my sponsors, Bullet Boat, Mercury, everybody, Power Pole, sitting me right here where I need to be. I'm not having to do any moving, adjusting, or nothing. Boat Logics is holding all my graphs up. I mean, it's just it's a group. I mean, my sponsors are like family. It's cool. We got a lot of good sponsors.
Buddy Gross directing some traffic there, and that's the thing that people always forget. These guys play on a public playing field. There's nobody holding up signs in professional bass fishing.
That's a good point. They're out on a public lake, and certainly a lot of other fishermen around. David Mullins, Ray Hanselman, and Buddy Gross.
It's a good sign.
It's all part of the game that we play, though.
Mullins hooked up.
Little guy.
David Mullins had a limit this morning about as fast as he could make 5 or 6 casts. It was really incredible the way he jumped out front with the limit this morning, but Buddy Gross has found the right size offshore. He's all week long, he's been consistently catching just a little better quality than Ray Hanselman and Mullins. And even Brian Schmidt, he did have the one almost an 8-pounder yesterday, but he's catching those other offshore anglers are catching a lot of 2.5 to 3.5 pound fish.
The Sunshine State is all about that big bite. Buddy Gross proving this morning that you don't necessarily have to be looking at him to catch big ones. He's our tournament leader right now. Uh-oh. Did you hear that?
I hear that music.
That's our Power Pole replay of the day, and I will hand the honors off to you, Davey Height.
Well, I love the Power Pole replay today because we're going to see a big fish. And when you talk about big fish, you think Clifford Perch this morning. Starting off almost like he finished up yesterday. Not quite as big as the one he brought to the scales yesterday, but a great size fish to start off his day here on Championship Sunday. He's got to be the Power Pole replay of the day so far this morning. Hopefully we have more of these. But this morning, Clifford Perch started off on a big fish that he had found yesterday, and look at there. One fish in the live well, but that is the right fish to have in the live well. Puts him up to currently in 8th place unofficially. We hope we see Clifford Perch do this several more times a day. And he's going to have to catch up with Buddy Gross because Buddy has built him up a good solid lead. But Clifford Perch, Power Pole replay of the day is you, my friend.
What a start for the Golden Ram. But a guy that a lot of people want to check in on, and I do too. Fishing his very first Championship Sunday in the Bassmaster Elite Series, Clewiston, Florida's Scott Martin.
There he is. Called it. That's all I've been doing. Just had a call. Had a call. All right. 2 something. Get rid of a 1 something. I'm gonna put this up here. I gotta do the Wallow Skeeter. Excuse me. There you go, Wallow Skeeter. There we go.
Scott Martin with a smaller call, but still culling, slowly climbing up that leaderboard.
Scott, one of the anglers in our top 10 today that's fishing for a lot of these fish are probably bedding and probably spawning, but he can't see them. The water clarity not quite good enough, but he's fishing in these reeds and scattered pads. Saw him lose a couple really big fish the first day. He's fishing in the right areas to catch the size fish that he needs to make a comeback. Sitting in 5th place, you got to keep your eye on Scott Martin.
Yeah, it was fun this morning. There was a bunch of the Martin family here, and a bunch of fans showed up with signs. And as always, there's a lot of activity around Scott Martin, but always a lot of activity at Marathon Studios with Tommy Sanders and Mark Zona. And guys, once again, we have the greatest job in the world because it really feels like this is what everybody within 5 pounds, and you're in a Florida fishery, and it looks like we're going to see some big ones.
Yeah, and one thing I was going to bring up, Dave, you were talking a little bit about Drew Benton and having fun with it, that he was going to go sight fishing no matter what. There's guys like Drew Benton. You can say the golden snow leopard, Clifford Perch, and especially John Cox. They don't have those voices. They're going to start shallow, stay shallow, live there the entire day, the entire tournament when those bass are up shallow. Davey, I want you to talk about on the total opposite side of that spectrum, Buddy Gross will start deep, stay deep. He doesn't have that other voice in his head. I got to go up shallow and look for him.
Yeah, Buddy Gross, the big advantage, and we didn't see this coming into this event, but the big advantage for Buddy Gross, he's catching some pre-spawn fish and fish moving off the bank out there to those shale beds that he's fishing. So he does have an advantage there, but you can't overstate the advantage that those sight fishermen have. They're not spending time on 2 and 3 pound fish, maybe one like we saw John Cox. They'll spend their time with 5+ pounders all day today.
Guys, thank you so much. A pleasure to watch you take us through the last half hour there out on the lake. Dave and Davey, Height and Mercer out there for us today. Back into, as they say, the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. And Ron Moore, you have got something urgent to tell us right now, I'm sure of it.
I do, and it's more urgent than the last segment. That last segment we talked about the top lures of the final day and how these anglers made it to the top 10. But this is the bread and butter segment. This is when we bring it in for a little bit of fantasy fishing, and we're going to talk about how we've kind of done. I guess it's the post-tournament report. We've only got 10 anglers today competing for Championship Sunday. Not a bunch of movement for fantasy fishing goes, except for the winner in some aspects with those bonus points. So Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing, I wanted to give shout-outs early to Team Bo Higgins because he has almost a perfect team for today. All 5 of his 5-man team fishing on Championship Sunday. He's got 10th place, or he had at this point he had 10th place, 1st place, 6th, 4th, and 7th. Almost a perfect team, over 1,400 points for his squad there. Now when we bring it to Drown the Lake, I can't show any other credit to anyone else because Tommy, I've got a top 20 team in the world this week with my 8 anglers I picked in the world, Z. All 8 made the top 47, 4 of them fishing today on Championship Sunday. I've got the leader coming into the final day, Ray Hanselman. Also have Drew Benton, John Cox, Clifford Perch with one of the biggest bass of the event yesterday as well. I will get bonus points for the 11-pounder for John Cox, possibly double up my points if Ray Hanselman wins this event. So I wanted to give some love there, top 20th in the world this week, and I crowned you earlier in the event, Tommy. I crowned you the King of Fantasy. I gave my crown, since I'm the King of Fantasy, I gave it to you earlier this week for kicking my butt in not only Rapala, but also in Mercury Drain the Lake. But I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to crown myself, Z. I'm going to re-crown myself because I almost have 2,000 points today, this week in Drain the Lake, and it could be 2,200 to 2,300 if Ray Hanselman wins this event. So, yes, I had to crown myself, Z, but,
incredibly awkward to ever crown yourself. You are the David Hasselhoff of fantasy fishing.
That's
and
okay.
Fair to say, guys.
That's fine.
I earlier in this tournament, Tommy, you know what I picked? I picked Buddy Gross was all 5 of my picks.
That's right.
All 5.
That's right. So you actually have the ultimate crown.
You want to crown him, you crown him.
Crown him. There you go. Well, say hi to everyone else up on top of Mount Olympus for me, Ronnie, while you're up there.
They are who we thought they were. I got that reference from Denny Green there.
I want to talk about me. I want to talk about us.
Well, who do we think it's going to be? One of the offshore guys? One of the guys in there looking at them and blind casting to those spawning fish? Who knows? We'll think about the odds more when we come back to the Harris Chain Bassmaster Elite Series.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Site 1 Bassmaster Elite at Harris Chain is sponsored by Power Pole.
10 anglers out there in this incredible complex of lakes known as the Harris Chain in Florida. Site 1 Bassmaster Elite is the second stop of the year for these anglers in the Bassmaster Elite Series. We started with 94. We're down to 10 on this final day. Here's our Humminbird bird's eye view. Dave Mullins out there. He had the lead for a little while early this morning on the strength of a fast limit, and one of the offshore guys who are now dominating, Mark Zona.
Yeah, exactly, Tommy. And David Mullins, taking a look at his Humminbird bird's eye view, has done work in Griffin really from late morning on throughout this tournament, and he's going to need that today. That spot that he's on right there has paid off all 3 days with bigger calls. Humminbird bird's eye view with David Mullins.
13 pounds total, has him in 3rd place now. Ronnie
talked about it, that north end of Griffin, where he's done some damage. Now he's done a little bit of fishing in Eustis, actually, the last couple days, but has not made those big calls that he's made in Griffin. From there, gonna head back down to Scott Martin. Solid morning so far. Got a picture of that bait he's throwing, a Guggen Baits Bandito bug that Scott Martin told us he designed, nobody else.
No big ones yet for Scott. Got a limit, though.
And this is the time of day where Martin has made some massive, massive calls. You take enough shots in those buggy whips and lily pads. Scott Martin has connected with one or two big ones the last couple days, doing exactly that, which a lot of people felt what he's doing right there, kind of blind sight fishing. A lot of those fish that he's catching up there shallow, definitely spawning. A lot of people thought this was going to be how this tournament was dominated on day one. Brandon Lester, pretty much the exact same gig.
Scott says the big ones are in there.
Just a matter of time. I hope. We're culling a little bit though, which is good.
Pretty sure his two biggest bites came in the afternoon yesterday. I think he had 6 and 7 pounders.
Back to Ray Hanselman. Started the day with the lead. Ray's best finished on the Elite Series. Lost a duel with Drew Benton, who's in this top 10 on Lake Travis on the Colorado River, Austin, Texas, a few years ago.
Man, he hit it hard. Might help a little.
And Banana Cove still playing, but the problem you're seeing with Hanselman, problem you are seeing with Kenta Kimura, a lot of those 3-pounders, 3 to 3.5 pounders. Looks like that well, at least for today so far, has dried up. I like how he uses the back deck as a shield so those fish don't jump out. That's the first right there.
That's crafty. The wall of death. Back to your leader, Buddy Gross now. Good lead too, 7 pounds plus.
Boat stopped.
Does not look like a help.
Not with 21 pounds already in the live well, wouldn't be likely.
He's got those 2 5-pounders, a couple 3.5 pounders.
Dang, we got a better bag than I thought. We got to call a 385 now. Dang, that just brought reality to me a little bit.
Us too.
Hey, I'm throwing right there.
Go on now.
No.
Get back out there.
Over to go on now.
He was not talking to Brian Schmidt. Did you see
he was
that?
just trying to get a little closer to drop an accurate pin.
Well, it is the final day. Brian Schmidt, like Ray Hanselman, having a rough time catching those big ones in Banana Cove, if there are many left.
Which I'm sure was green. Yep.
Brian starting the day in 10th place. He has made a move up the leaderboard.
Mm-hmm.
Early limit.
Just gain a pound.
Will help right there.
2 pounds. Just adapting in Party Cove. When you come to Party Cove, you got to adapt. Sometimes you can't get the best seat in the house, can't get near the cave, or you know what I mean. You just got to adapt and hopefully get a big bite. 2-pounders get me excited, that's bad. We got 5.
Brian Schmidt getting into the mood, joining the party.
Yeah, let me show
Unity
you a party
spirit.
here, Tommy Sanders.
Yeah.
Your Minn Kota Unlock the Lake. Here are all of the fish catches throughout this tournament. You see Apopka was a big player days 1 through 3. Nobody in our top 10 fishing there today kind of thought Scott Martin was going to make his way down there. That has not been the case. You look at the Beauclair, Apopka Canal, that has been a big player. You see John Cox fishing in there today. Brandon Lester starting to make his way down to that area. But a lot of really the bigger bass, a lot of the 5 to 10 pounders came out of that canal. Let me show you what Party Cove is that Brian Schmidt was talking about. Banana Cove Lane Park. Other people call it from years past. I mean, there has been some throttling in that 100-acre area.
Good grief.
And I made the comment to look at all of those fish catches. Made a comment to Davey Height, taking a look at this Minn Kota Unlock the Lake, that can you imagine the crowd that's going to be in Banana Cove tomorrow through Friday, the next couple of weeks? As you go up to Lake Griffin, definitely still a player as Drew Benton, David Mullins, and Clifford Perch still on that north end of Griffin. So here's the best way to put it, that Minn Kota Unlock the Lake. They caught them everywhere.
Yeah, good way to put it. Borne out graphically by that brilliant map right there. We really like that feature. Buddy Gross still on top. Good 7-pound lead against the rest of this field. Man, he's just got to hope the clock runs out for him. Ray Hanselman, David Mullins in pursuit. The offshore guys have it for now.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Site 1 Bassmaster Elite at Harris Chain is sponsored by Power Pole.
Today, it's the most iconic day in all of motorsports, the Daytona 500. The Great American Race kicks off the 2022 NASCAR season at 2:30 Eastern, 11:30 Pacific, only on Fox and the Fox Sports app. Big Sports Sunday.
Yes, it is, Tommy
Big
Sanders.
Bass fishing too, absolutely, and standing by. B&W Trailer Hitch is on the line. Our friend Dave, there he is right there. Dave, we've gotten predictions for everyone about the 500. What's yours for today?
I have no idea, Tommy. I got nothing for you. I mean,
Okay.
Martin Truex, that's where I'm going.
There you
yes,
go.
Martin Truex. I am a huge fan of Zona's Fishing Show, and he was on there.
There you go. As good as any.
B&W Trailer Hitch is on the line. Dave Mercer. Going to ask you a question real quick. You see a lot of guys in our top 10 fishing for potentially their first Bassmaster Elite Series victory, yet at the top of the leaderboard, looking at Buddy Gross, a very, very powerful offshore fisherman. It just seems guys like that, when you don't want to say Buddy's obviously very versatile, but when it comes to his fastball and he's fishing offshore, it's just a style that has potential to put wins on the table. Talk about that, Dave. B&W Trailer Hitch is on the line.
Buddy Gross is very similar to a John Cox. And what I mean by that is there's certain people that are designed to be tournament anglers, if you ask me. And their temperament and the way he is able to remain calm, even the style of how he fights fish, guys. Like when you see him, it's a whole different style of fighting fish, but he's so relaxed and in control. And what he's done this week, I think, is amazing because he's made all of these moves all week long in an area that a lot of people are fishing, but he's just fished it a little bit different. And I think what you're seeing and what is the perfect setup, in my opinion, on a championship Sunday is you're seeing several anglers trying to win their first title, their second title, whatever the combination may be, But what is amazing is you're seeing people like Clifford Perch fish his best style. You're seeing John Cox fish his best style. And, of course, you're seeing Buddy Gross fish the way he is most effective. So, really, it's going to come down to who made the right game plan and will game. The other thing is, I mean, Mike Tyson used to say the famous say, everybody's got a plan until you get punched in the face. This body of water will punch you in the face because all day long, Buddy Gross can very much lead this tournament, and somebody can come from 9th place with literally 2 bites and take it all away from him. But right now, it definitely looks like Buddy Gross had a masterful game plan.
Dave, what do you think the ceiling is for Buddy Gross? He's up to 21 pounds right now. How close is he to that ceiling?
I don't know if we're going to see, I mean, guys, we haven't seen a 24-pound bag all week. Like, that's the most shocking thing to me, and that's, like, I want to give this to Buddy Gross. In my heart, I'm like, yeah, he's going to win it, but I just don't feel like we can have a tournament where we don't see a bag over 25 pounds in the state of Florida. So I would say Buddy Gross, I mean, if you're going to put a limiter on it, his smallest fish is 3.5 pounds right now, so he could probably add a few more pounds unless something crazy happens and he gets one of those giant double-digit bites.
Dave, the next time that we're hanging with, say, watching Buddy Gross weigh one right here, that is not going to help. Wow. A little bit stunning right there. Next time we see everybody here on FS1, it is going to be our big celebration, the Bassmaster Classic up on Lake Hartwell. We've been there before. Ronnie is the self-proclaimed, he's the king of fantasy fishing, and you're not too bad yourself. If you can, dial us in. Give us a few picks for the Bassmaster Classic, Dave Mercer.
I'm going with a guy I'm staring at right now. He's right down the shore, and I'm going with Jason Christie. I mean, I
Yes.
think that he's so close before, and there's going to be a lot of pressure on him, but he's so driven to win this event. And, I mean, who doesn't want to see Christie win? I mean, he has led in 2 classics.
The rest of the
he's led
field?
4 of 6 days. And, good point. Good point, Z. The rest of the field doesn't even want to see Jason Christie show up. But he's led 4 of 6 classic days and still hasn't had that title. And I just feel like he came back here with one reason, and generally Jason Christie achieves his goal. So I'm going all in Jason Christie, which will make the rest of the 54 competitors hate me.
All right. David, before we say goodbye to you, give us the limit. Give us the ceiling on your Shiner fishing trip that you've got scheduled for tonight.
Uh-huh.
I'm excited. And how weird is that? I mean, John Cox literally rolled up. I mean, I hadn't even got out of my car. And all week we've kind of joked back and forth about it. And he's like, hey, if we get done here tonight, let's go Shiner fishing. I'm all in. Unless John Cox screws it up, because if you win this tournament, you got to do a lot of things and pictures and fans, and it'll totally destroy my Shiner trip. So fingers crossed that John Cox... and me and John Cox go Shiner fishing. Let's just put it that way.
I'm hoping for the best on that one, too. Dave Mercer, great stuff from our man Dave. On site there every tournament, and we'll be leading things at the weigh-in coming in at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time this afternoon, local time. Harris Chain out to Brandon Lester, the day 1 leader.
Yeah, and he has lived in Dora all week, which a lot of the locals said they thought the victory was going to come out of this lake. Saw a lot of fish catches in that exact patch of reeds earlier in the event when Brandon Lester caught a big stringer.
5 anyway. He ain't much.
Tommy, and real quick, Dave Mercer was talking about going Shiner fishing with John Cox. I've had the pleasure of shooting a show with him. This is no joke. We use lures on my show. John Cox brought a bucket of Shiners when we tape. I am not kidding. That is a true story. Taking a look at Brandon Lester right here. Your Marathon Peak performance is not going to be Brandon Lester, though, today, even though he was earlier in the event. Marathon Peak performance is going to be this guy from Tennessee, Buddy Gross, starting early on this little shell bed. Call it from 4 out to 10 feet of water, a little bit deeper than the rest of our contingency in Harris. And really, if you watch throughout this tournament, Buddy Gross getting it done with 3/4 ounce lipless crankbait. Not today, my friend. Carolina rig, the old ball and chain. And really everything that has bit, perfect execution in the boat. Buddy Gross is going to be the Marathon Peak Performance and really getting it done on one spot. A spot that he did not catch him that well yesterday. The Marathon Peak Performance on Championship Sunday so far, Buddy Gross.
Buddy Gross will be going to his home waters a little bit later on. Chickamauga Lake on the Tennessee River.
Ooh.
Of course, he's going to be one of the favorites up there. And Davey, they've said it multiple times during the course of the he's a guy who knows how to win. He's done it before, and you know, who knows what his ceiling is today, how much is possible from that area, but if anybody's going to exploit it and get the most out of it, it'd be Buddy.
Yeah, and the one benefit looking at your Marathon Peak Performance from 8:23 really to 10 o'clock, if you really look at the bass that Buddy Gross has caught throughout this tournament, a lot of post-spawn fish, a lot of pre-spawn fish, having fish coming to you from both directions, that has been a big factor for Buddy Gross.
And again.
Uh-oh. No, I thought it was big. Had its mouth open. Hey, that's still some quality fish, so I mean, it ain't. It's not like it's junkers. Thank you, Lord. I know it ain't big enough.
Got to be just about all of a 4-pounder to
That is the
make an
craziest
upgrade.
thing that camera does that to that thing. Yeah.
Last fish he said the smallest is a 3.85.
Oh, yeah. 3.85.
It's
That's
just
a good place to
313.
be.
That is a 313, and
Wow.
I'll take that at every weigh in this year, except for maybe like 4.
Oh, so much fun having a great day out there with Buddy Gross, being in the boat with him all day long. These 10 anglers, every one of them's worked very, very hard to get here.
And really looking at that top 10 right there, about the biggest separation we have seen between first and second throughout this tournament.
It's a good point right there. Does it portend things to come? Will Buddy Gross hold the trophy at the end of it all? We're a long way from figuring that one out, but we'll be right back.
Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Site 1 Bassmaster Elite at Harris Chain is sponsored by Power Pole.
Championship Sunday, it doesn't get any better than that or more important for these anglers, these 10 who are left in the field after all the cuts, all the striving throughout 3 previous days of fishing. What's at stake? Well, a lot. $100,000, that's a pretty good chunk of change right there. Second win of the season means a blue trophy, and those are so hard to come by. Out here on the Elite Series, these guys are so good, and the points are always important toward Angler of the Year, toward qualifying for next year's World Championship Bassmaster Classic, towards maybe even hanging on to your job. That's important too.
Absolutely right, Tommy. And what's been really interesting about this tournament, we're going to get out to Kenta Kimura with a very, very slow day, catching a big bag yesterday. And interesting in this field, on day number 3, Buddy Gross had the lightest weight of our top 10 here on Championship Sunday and has by far the biggest weight here on the final day so far today. Kenta Kimura with one of those big stringers yesterday.
Little. I probably need it for now. It's a 12.
Kenta Kimura with a tungsten football swing head from Ryugi.
It's a pound.
Z on that Kenta Kimura point, he's in his second year on the Elite Series, qualified from our Open Series, and he obviously, as we bring it into the Bassmaster Studio sponsored by Marathon, I wanted to highlight that he is in his second year on the Elites. He's obviously one of our Japanese contingent. We have 4 of our anglers are from Japan. We have 3 others from Canada, 1 from Australia, and he is a second-year pro. He's looking for his first win, though, at the Bassmaster Tournament Trail, and he wants to join his 3 other Japanese anglers. They've all came over, made such a sacrifice to be here, such an international sport. We saw Taku Ito take his first title last year at the Elite at the St. Lawrence River. Meanwhile, Masayuki Matsushita, a top 3 last week at the St. John's River. He won an Open in 2020. Daisuke Aoki, it's his first year on the Elite Series this year, and he won an Open last year as well at Lake Douglas. So Kenta Kimura trying to join the ranks of his Japanese counterparts and win on the Bassmaster Tournament Trail. It's a cool story because these guys are prodigies. They are Angler of the Years. They are the best in the world in their countries before they make it here. And they have to learn not only how to communicate, but they have to learn different techniques and lakes that they've never been to.
Another keeper much needed for Kenta Kimura.
You know, and really of our Japanese anglers that are on the Bassmaster Elite Series, all of them just very, very good offshore electronics fishermen, to where you guys like in the past, Takahiro Mori was a very good shallow water fisherman, but he was really a product of Texas. A lot of the anglers that you see like Kenta Kimura, an offshore angler that the majority of his knowledge came from Lake Biwa. And Lake Biwa is a very popular Japanese lake, has a lot of hydrilla, like you're seeing him focus on this week. But one of the interesting things about where he's caught him in Banana Cove, Tommy, this is something we had not heard. There's obviously been a shad spawn early, but Kenta Kimura said one of the areas that he's caught him in, there is a lot of shellcracker and tilapia beds in there that he has focused on, which we have not heard from any other angler in that cove.
Trying to get everything I can out here. It's the last day we're here. It's all or nothing today, so I'm gonna burn it to the ground if I can get them to biting. So might be slow action, but if we just get a 1 5-pounder bite for the rest of the day, I'm good. So the bite is definitely slower than it was, but it's getting later in the day. Golly, bum, I got my worm. I'm running low on bait. Not good. Not good.
Yeah, you do not want to be on Championship Sunday running out of baits, but that's a good problem.
DoorDash, can we get DoorDash on the water? That's all I need to know. Uber Eats, something. If we get one of them to bring me some baits, it'd be sweet.
You heard Buddy say it, 1 more 5-pounder, and I'm there where I wanted to be on this day. Over to John Cox.
Yeah, you never thought you'd say this, but really Buddy Gross's biggest headache right now is 9th place angler Clifford Perch and 10th place John Cox. A lot of room to grow, especially the style they are fishing today.
I'll just get this guy out of there and see if the other one, if it'll go on the bed then. There we go. Little guy. Boy, look how fat that sucker is. Oh, look at that, look at that. Look what he swallowed down there. It looked like a whole nother bass down his throat. You see it in there? Oh my gosh. Oh, that was a mean fish. All right. Get it. Boys, we're getting where we're gonna just troll the motor on 100. Go find some big ones. All right, let's see if this one will eat it real quick. So that one's probably like that other one we caught. It's a pretty decent one.
Talking about that swing head, that football swing head that Kenta Kimura is using. different from anybody else that we've covered in Banana Cove. And he said that one of the keys of that, it does give the worm a lot more action, Tommy, but he said throwing a Texas rig in there, it came through the hydrilla too easy. It would slick through the hydrilla, where he said that football swing head would grab that grass and get reaction bites that other guys were not getting.
Kenta lives up on Grand Lake in that area now, and we've seen that sort of setup work on the Grand River system for sure in Oklahoma.
Yes, yes. Quarter and a 3/8 ounce head, heavier line. Throwing 17 to 20 pound line this tournament. Taking a look at one of those man-made canals right here with Drew Benton, and really, the three scary anglers right now are Drew Benton, John Cox, Clifford Perch. All of them saying they will put their trolling motor on high and just hunt big ones spawning.
Perfect conditions for that, you would think. The wind seems to be holding off at bay for the time being right now. They're coming out of the east, but Buddy Gross, hats off to Buddy. He has gotten it done all week long. Started the day, came up several spots, and he has got the commanding lead as it stands right now, but far from done.
The Site 1 Bassmaster Elite at Harris Chain is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, and by Berkley.
Bassmaster Elite Series definitely up in full swing at our second stop of the year. Now, those anglers who have qualified doing great work last year to make it into the Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic, the national championship, will head from here, make their way towards South Carolina. Lake Hartwell, Greenville, South Carolina, for the most important tournament in the sport. Most important single tournament, 3 days of fishing to determine the world championship at the Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic, presented by Hook. You see Hank Cherry's picture there. He's won the last two classics back to back. And Mark Zoni, you've been demanding it from others among our group here, our action team. And who is your pick for the Bassmaster Classic?
Gosh, I said it yesterday here on FS1. I'm going to ride the same thing Dave Mercer said. I'm going with Jason Christie, but I do think Ronnie Moore nailed it. I think Taku Ito will be a big factor in that tournament. And really watching this tournament right here, it has been a one-man beatdown all day so far, Buddy Gross. And if you're looking at those standings, I think we have him a little bit light right now. But the one thing to watch, there has been big late-day comebacks. Look for that. Here's the best way to put it. That 7-pound lead right now on this body of water, absolutely not safe. Looking at your Yamaha midday report, starting with Scott Martin, who started in Eustis, making his way down to that Beauclair, Apopka Canal. Solid stringer in the boat, but this is the guy that has caught big ones late every day.
I'm telling you. Been a high wire act for Scott Martin all the way through this tournament, going all the way back to day number one when he had as many ups and downs as you can cram into one day going down to Lake Apopka.
Yeah, and one really good thing looking at this Yamaha midday report with Scott Martin and a lot of the other anglers that have caught him, the cool thing about this event, looking at David Mullins right here, starting off in Harris, catching a limit, but he is off the pace of yesterday. The cool thing about this tournament, Tommy, it was said that it was going to be a sight fishing explosion. And it's been a mix of guys that are fishing shallow sight fishing. Scott Martin kind of blind sight fishing, fish that he knows are spawning. And then this offshore game, you know you're on a very diverse, fertile fishery when there are multiple techniques playing this time of year.
Quick start today for David Mullins. He's sort of made that his trademark throughout the course of this week. He would love to hold the trophy at the end of the day, but the chances of running down Buddy Gross doing kind of the same category thing are looking less likely as we pass through the minute after minute. Ray Hanselman started the day with the lead.
Yeah, really a big picture scenario that's going on right now in Banana Cove / Lane Park area is it just seems like the pressure, at least up until now, the pressure has caught up. Ray Hanselman, David Mullins getting a lot of bites like Brian Schmidt. But that size definitely has disappeared. There's been a shad spawn early where you see those flurries, and big later day fish coming out of here. But man, that solid 3 to 3.5 pound bite looks like that has caught up, at least so far today.
And now we go to our leader, Buddy Gross. We talked about the really impressive lead he has built up so far today. One of those guys, again, fishing offshore, but doing something a bit different.
Yeah, and really the Yamaha Midday Report should just be this guy from Tennessee, Buddy Gross, getting it done with a Carolina rig, which we really have not seen throughout this tournament with Buddy Gross. A lot of his fish coming on a 3/4 ounce lipless crankbait days 1 through 3. And he said this school right here on day 1 said there was hundreds of bass. There may not be hundreds anymore, but his quality has gone up. Buddy Gross here of our top 10, weighing in the lightest bag yesterday, making a big rebound here today.
What a difference a day makes. Fishing with confidence, really comfortable in what he's doing. And I think he knows he's doing the best he can do at this place he has chosen to work with. And Buddy Gross now stands on top. See Ray Hanselman hanging in there in second place, David Mullins. But as you say, for all these guys, the boogeyman is working in the background. The giant will rear his head at some point and shake things up, that's for sure.
And really, the true giants throughout this tournament have come with guys like Scott Martin, Drew Benton, John Cox, Clifford Perch. Look for them later today on Bassmaster.com to make big moves.
We have enjoyed a great week here at the Harris Chain. Completely different from what we were expecting it to be. The great weather leading up to it sort of changed the expectations, and then the reality, once we got boots on the ground, boats in the water, it was different.
Boots on the ground. Ray Hanselman, is this the first time this tournament we have seen him leave that flat in Banana Cove? That is very telling for your day 3 leader.
Oh, man. Well, it won't be settled until none of these weights, none of those leaderboard figures you see are official until we get to the weigh-in. That starts at 3:30 p.m. local time, Eastern time. We're on Bassmaster.com. You definitely might want to check that out on this Big Sports Sunday. Ronnie?
Yeah, our unofficial leaderboard, Bass Track, gets us close every day, but we always see some surprise and fireworks at the weigh-in.
We have each and every day this time around. So great to have you with us, man. What a great
We're here
bunch.
to serve the fan, Tommy. We're here to serve the fans of FS1. Do it. Go full-blown Jim Nance to end this thing before the back.
Jim's coming up on the Genesis Open here in a few minutes. I can't do that. Not today, but I will say we will see all of you on Fox and FS1 at the World Championship week after next. It's 10 days away, and we look forward to that opportunity. Coverage continues on Bassmaster.com. I want to do it. See, but in the interest of propriety, we will let it lie for today. Friends, it's been great to be with you today. Bassmaster Elite Series. Congrats to all our 10 who worked so hard and made it here, and we will see you next time.
Goodbye, friends.
Hey guys, back to the live mix, and I have the man, Mr. Seth Feider. For you guys that don't know, this guy wakes up every day of competition and has an automatic 15 pounds in his live well.
Not true. Not true. I wish it was. Especially in Florida. I'd take that every time.
17 or 18 pounds in, because I know you wake up every morning with something in the live well. That's the way I feel anyway.
Only in New York.
Only in New York?
Yeah, no, it's hard for me in Florida.
Yeah, Florida's a little bit different place, so how you think it's going to shake out?
The rest of the day, it's kind of looking like the Buddy Gross show to me. You know, I mean, there's plenty of time left. We got some guys sight fishing. I think they could run into a big one or two, but that takes a lot of time. You know, it's pretty rare to just pull up and catch a couple big ones on first flip kind of deal. So, but we got good conditions for it. Fairly calm, bright sun, so the guys sight fishing might be able to track down a couple big ones, but as of right now, Buddy Gross is pretty much putting the nails in the coffin as we speak.
Yeah, I think that's one thing. The tournament's pretty much halfway over, but the best half of the day is still to come.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you'll see some big sight fish come in, but you know, the guys that are doing that, they're going to need probably 2 of those giants to catch them. And just finding one of those is hard enough, let alone catching it. And, you know, not spending 3 hours to do it. It's going to be hard. And, I mean, he's been getting bit a lot today, Buddy has. And he's already got a really solid bag and a couple more big bites, and it's pretty well going to be done, I'd say. But you never know, it's Florida. I mean, there's 10, 12 pounders out there.
She eat it head on, son.
People can run into them anywhere.
I don't like where it's at either. It's in a place that I got to be real careful or I'll hurt her, and I don't like hurting them.
Sounds like a trap.
Got her.
Pre-spawn or post-spawn?
I think the fat ones are actually post-spawn fish.
I
think they've been done long enough that they've got fat. I spent the first 2 days of this tournament up shallow.
380, I think.
You know, fishing in canals and flipping. And I actually fished hydrilla yesterday, and the fish I was catching out there were crazy fat. And I think
brown. Let me just make sure it's right and right.
So during practice, I actually saw you a little bit on Eustis. I made a circle through there, and you were off the bank. What do you think Buddy's doing different than what you were doing and what everybody else is doing?
I don't really know. I spent my first 2 days of practice doing what he's doing and a little bit of fishing offshore hydrilla. And I just never found him. I think the fish are coming to him. I was kind of under the impression, like the last day of practice, I went up shallow and I got some bites, shook some fish off, and everything was lining up for a bunch of fish to come in shallow. And I think there was more leaving than there was coming looking back. And I think, you know, what he found in practice might not have been this good. And it seems like more fish are coming to him every day.
I just need,
that's the kind of stuff you want.
30 yards off the grass line.
So, I was fortunate enough to watch him fish. He's fishing
and
on
you go down there now.
Harris, I believe.
Between here and where I was at, it's where I want to save.
But I was fishing the hard line, like up on the bank, and a couple of times he would pull up, and it was always a distinct point, like a Kissimmee grass point or something like that. And he would put his boat, when I saw him, like right up next to the Kissimmee grass, and he'd be casting out like on shell or something like that. And sometimes he would parallel the grass line.
Below
But
that point when you get in there.
the only thing that I noticed is a distinct and a, you know, that's all relative to where you fish, but like a main lake distinct point.
Yep. Yeah, I looked at a lot of those in practice and caught a few little ones and never got on the right ones. But like I said, I think there's more fish out here doing this now than when we were practicing. I don't know how many fish he's been catching the first couple days of the tournament, but he's been getting quite a few bites today.
Yeah. I just don't know if I would, what position I'd rather be in. Casting where he's casting to try to catch a 10-pounder, or looking at one and trying to get one to bite.
Got little hard spots.
That's Florida.
A shell bait is not just a shell bait. It's like everything else. A grass flat ain't just a grass flat. It's got something that's special to it. And I might not be able to tell you what it is, but the fish know what it is, and they'll group up in them little areas. This whole thing, this whole break right here is just slap full of shell, so it ain't just that. They got something. They got something else they like besides just the shell. If not, you'd catch them everywhere, but they get kind of pinpointed.
I never made a single cast outside the Kissimmee grass.
No?
Not one.
Is he fishing Harris mostly?
Yeah, that's where I saw him. He might be somewhere else, but I know
everything I fished all week's getting fished while I ain't there is the problem. So there's another over that point. That's why I think we done better over here today because I hadn't hit this thing since the first day.
Yeah, never even went into Harris. Stayed away until blast off day one, but
yeah. I'd never been here, so I spent a lot of time running around the first day, and it all looked the same. So I just had to tell myself, hey, I'm going to spend the day fishing rather than running around. And I kind of made a boundary around Harris, made myself stay in it.
Yeah.
And I like the idea that there wasn't anybody else in there fishing the bank.
Yeah.
Most guys that were in there were doing what he was doing, or on the Party Cove.
Yeah. Yeah, that looked crowded. I wanted no part of that.
No, I'm the same way.
Those guys been catching them good in there today?
You know, I think it's, I haven't seen a lot of the action, but I'm sure they are. And I know one thing is I fished around that area, meaning I could see a couple of miles off, and it seemed like a lot of guys would run there late in the day. My bet is that 2, 3 o'clock is whenever it was starting to fire.
Okay.
I know one guy had mentioned in the weigh-in line there that it seemed like 2:30, 3 o'clock, everybody rods were bent.
Really?
But there was kind of a late bite in there.
Yeah. Be a tough place to win a tournament with that much pressure in there and that many guys beating on them.
Yeah.
I think Buddy's got a lot better odds, kind of doing something a little different.
See that main lake setting on something a little different. And what we're seeing on the screen is 3 guys. Every time I run by there, you'd have 3, or you'd have a lot of our guys and just as many locals in there fishing too. So it's not just those guys in there fishing. And that's a lot bigger area than the map makes it look. But still, when you got 20, 25 of our guys and a lot of other people in there fishing, those fish see a lot of baits.
Oh, yeah. Get tough to catch real quick. It's really hard to win a tournament out of an area like that.
Yeah. What's funny is both of those guys are up on the bank, so kind of telling you that maybe that grass bite deal, I'm not going to say is going away, but maybe you have to go back out there in the afternoon.
Decent little start, got a limit. I've had a few other bites that I've missed, don't know how big, but feels like to me that the way out off the bank stuff is not firing today, and I'm getting big consistently up shallow. I think some of the fish that escaped the Party Cove massacre got up here and they're in position to spawn. Just saw a kayaker catch a really big fish right here where we had some bites this morning, and you know, for the life of me, I want to slow down, you know, and just throw a quiver around on these fish. There you. I think that's what's biting us. Little babies. But you can catch something like this and then, you know. There's a 10-pounder laying up on the bed with it.
You fired up about next week?
Yeah, classic. It should be good. I looked at the weather. It looks pretty good.
Yeah.
Some people were saying it was gonna be real cold, but it looks pretty nice on my weather app, and should be a good shallow bite, I would think.
Yeah, I think one thing I love about Hartwell's, there's going to be guys that's going to catch them out deep. You know, guys like you and me probably going to be up around the bank, but it's a big lake. It lets us spread out. It's going to be a fun time, and I just hope it stays cold.
Do you?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm hoping it warms up, but yeah, no, it's an awesome lake to fish. It's you know, you can do whatever you want there. 1 foot to 50 foot, clear, dirty water, whatever. Good place for a classic.
I'm headed that way right now.
That's it.
Wonder, down here you about got to have one of them 10-pounders to win. I mean, think about how many 8, 9s, 10s they've caught this week. We ain't had that opportunity. Makes me want to go looking. The only way you can bait them boys probably is you got to have 20 pounds plus a day, consistent. And then the boys that's looking, they got to get lucky a couple times, not just once. 10-pound fish goes a long ways. Make up some ground with that thing. We're just sitting here talking. These Florida guys that go looking for these fish, they catch them 10-pounders. That's hard to catch up with. If you don't consistently have 20 pounds a day, you can't outrun them boys. Got my head turning, thinking I need to be looking for a 10-pounder somewhere. Some of the best sight fishermen in the country is in this thing today, though. There's probably 2 or 3 of them that are in the top 5 in the country. Hard to compete against the boys that do it for a living. I know I'm a big one from having a shot at it. That's what I know. And the big ones are gonna have to be 7 to 10. Yeah, y'all good. Great group of guys. That's what they do, man. They help us sport, let everybody get to see what we're doing, make great shots. Camera guys, it's always fun to have them around. I like cutting up with them, especially my camera guy back here. If I catch him not looking, I pretend like I got one on. The wind's changed directions in the last 15 minutes too. It was coming kind of, I guess it's coming southeast. Now it's more east. It's blowing now. They're probably gonna be mad at me. I'm fixing to turn around and go back up. They're all on the downside. Something about to blow out. I thought it was all the way out. Sorry about that.
Well, it started out really good. Caught 4 really quick and then finished out a limit here an hour or so ago. I mean, I'm getting a few bites. In my mind, I'm kind of wrestling with the fact of going sight fishing, but I know my best chance to win is flipping these reeds like this. I mean, 2 swings of the rod and I'm right back where I need to be. So I don't have anything big. I've got a 3 3/4, the biggest thing I've got, and the rest is just pretty much good keepers. So I think I'm just gonna keep doing this. I just pulled up to a new stretch of reeds that I have not fished all week and got a bite pretty quick. So I'm gonna spend a little bit of time right in here and see if I can get bit. And I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go back where I started here in a little while, letting it warm up a little bit because I feel like some new fish are gonna pull in there. I found it during the day yesterday, and I feel like some new ones may pull in today. At least that's what I'm hoping. So we're gonna go back over there here in just a little while.
Three something. Three-pounder. Pick and pluck, pick and pluck. Three-pounder. Dude, he knocked like 4 feet of slack in. Man, that was a good little fish. That was a 2-pound coal, right?
Yeah, I'll tell you what it is.
Come on. Slime rocket. There you go, tilapia. Come on. We need big bass here. Boy, it is clear, right?
Golly. Thank you, Lord. That one's gonna cull. Well, I can't do that. Whichever one is gonna be black. Black's $3.85. I know it's bigger. Oh, baby. I think. Can you open that?
Shoot, I was hoping we could get out on this bend. I thought we could get out right here. Maybe it's ahead of us. Catfish.
Golly, that's about dead heat. I think this one's bigger. I hope I did good.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Site 1 Bassmaster Elite at Harris Chain is sponsored by Power Pole.
Welcome back to our on-location coverage here in the Sunshine State, the second stop in the Sunshine State to kick off the 2022 Bassmaster Elite Series, this one in Leesburg, Florida. And Buddy Gross continues to pad his lead. Is this tournament becoming gross? That's all I got to ask you, Davey Height. I mean, an incredible, incredible day, but it's all day, you know, everybody talking about that sight bite, everybody saying, but Buddy Gross has done what many people did not think was really possible in this situation, and he has fended off the giant sight bite, which you saw this morning with Clifford Perch, and you thought, man, there's no way you can hold him off. But this is our playing field, and let's jump into our Humminbird Unlock the Lake. And Davey Height, what are you seeing?
Well, I see Clifford Perch. Looks like he's kind of on the outskirts there of Lake Griffin. And Drew Benton, not a surprise that he's in a man-made canal looking for those sight fish that we talk about. Same thing with John Cox, not far from takeoff there on Big Lake Harris. And then you look to the other end of Lake Harris, and that's where most of the action has gone down this week. Buddy Gross staying in that general area of what we like to call Banana Cove, Party Cove, Lane Park, but he's staying away from the big crowds. But unfortunately, the big crowds have really, really hurt that one area where you see Ray Hanselman and Brandon Lester doing his deal. Just had a real slow day two, and that's unfortunate. Scott Martin, one of the anglers, is actually fishing for those spawning fish that he cannot see, just pitching and flipping, using a jig quite a bit around those reeds and scattered pads.
Welcome back to our on-location coverage from Venetian Gardens here. And Davey Height, is this tournament over? Seth Feider told me a moment ago, he said, it's done. Buddy Gross has won this tournament.
Well, it looks like that. He's got a big lead, but I don't think it is. I mean, Buddy might hang on to it, and sure, it'd be great. I've certainly pulled for all 10 of these guys, and Buddy's a friend also. He's got a substantial lead, but we saw what can happen yesterday with a 9-13 coming to the scales, an 11-pounder coming to the scales. You make up ground in a big, big way when you do that, and the afternoon is when those guys that caught those bigger fish off the bed yesterday, that's when they had their best success.
For those of you just joining us, let's catch you up with our Toyota midday report. And we're going to start with a guy fishing his very first Elite Series Top 10, and that is Scott Martin.
Yeah, when you said that this morning, it surprised me, but you just think back. Last year, he was close, had a good season, made the Bassmaster Classic. That was his goal. But his first Top 10 on the Elite Series, and man, I just can't help but remember day one here at this event. We had a camera in Scott Martin's boat. He had a lot of missed opportunities, and gosh, just bad luck, You see what he's doing. You see the scattered pads and the reeds. He's fishing for those fish that are set up to spawn around that shallow water cover, but not looking at them. And sometimes when those fish are in that mode, you'll just lose a lot of them. They're not eating the bait. They're just trying to kill the bait.
When you're looking at the fish on beds, there's not much better than this guy, Drew Benton.
Yeah, Drew Benton got off to a good start this morning, better than I thought. I was with him in this area. He caught 4 or 5. I know he put 4 in the boat, 4 solid one there on top water this morning. As cold as it was here, Drew Benton got off to a better start, and I thought, wow, look out for Drew Benton. But he's just had a hard time now that he's gone to just looking for these fish. He's had a hard time finding some quality fish because he had a good solid 10, 11 pounds this morning on top water before the sun got up good. Great start, but it's hard to find those 9, 10, 11-pound bass. We saw a few of them come to the scales, but there were a lot of people that were looking for those size fish, and not many of them found them.
Currently sitting in third place, obviously a former Rookie of the Year. 2 tour-level wins, one on the FLW Tour and one on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Took that win in Texas. But here's our current leader in Angler of the Year points, David Mullins.
Yeah, David Mullins had a good tournament last week on the St. Johns River, an even better tournament here this week. Finished second in Angler of the Year just a few years back to Clark Wendlandt. David Mullins here today. You can see he's changing up using a Carolina rig. Day 1 and day 2, almost all of these anglers in this area. Party Cove. We're using hard baits, jerk baits, and lipless crankbaits. But today you notice a lot of these anglers, not just David Mullins, but a lot of these anglers switching it up to a Carolina rig or a swimming worm, that sort of thing. But David Mullins was on fire this morning if you weren't tuning in with us. He had a limit in like 10 minutes, I think, this morning as he jumped out and had the lead. We've had a lot of lead changes this week every day, and then the afternoon ended up with a different person in the lead. Ray Hanselman coming into this morning.
Definitely. Ray Hanselman was your day 3 leader, currently in 2nd place. And how's he catching them this week, Davey?
Ray has done a great job fishing in crowds. Up to, at one time, I counted right at 50 boats. Some of them were local anglers, but most of them were tournament anglers. And Ray Hanselman has done a good job out fishing most of those anglers. Or I guess all of them, because he was our leader starting day 4. Fishing isolated patches of hydrilla along with some hard bottom in this area, using a Strike King Hybrid Hunter and a Strike King swim bait, a Shadowlicious, I think a 5-inch. Those were his 2 main baits, and he's done a good job just out fishing the people around him.
The guy who has done the job so far, Buddy Gross, in the lead. And a lot of our reigning angler of the year says this tournament is over.
Buddy Gross has done a fantastic job this week. Had a slow day, day 3, but that's actually when he took, day 2, but that's actually when he took the lead. He didn't catch as many, and he said, I had a disappointing day. Caught 50 bass on day 1, a lot of them over 3 pounds, but Buddy Gross had a little bit slower day. According to him on day 2, took the day 2 lead. Yesterday stayed right in the hunt, and you know you had to look out for him because he was doing what most of the field was doing in that Lane Park area, but kind of staying on the outskirts, so to speak, trying to find isolated shell beds and bars, a little bit of hydrilla. Actually saw him on day 3 catch one flipping hydrilla, but most of his fish have come on a lipless crankbait, today a Carolina rig, and also a swim bait.
Go out and join Buddy Gross live right now. And Davey Height, let me ask you, how did it get better for him? So often when somebody's fishing offshore, I mean, it's depleted by this point. And obviously it's not.
It's not depleted. We said,
I think that was a pretty good fish. I couldn't even reel him. I knew that was the bite cast though. Golly bum. He had a date in his mouth, lines even frayed up. I don't know how I did that, but it just hook come out barely, wadded up. Just sometimes that worm wads up and it's just bad luck. It's just bad luck that time. Hurts. Gotta shake it off, catch another one though. I couldn't do nothing with that one. I had no reel power. It was just slipping, so it was heavy. A couple of them opened their mouth though, and I thought they was big, and they just had their mouth wide open. But we moved that one a little bit, but not far.
Now over to Brian Schmidt. Went out of this morning in 10th place, but was very vocal at takeoff that this is anybody's game.
Barely hooked. That thing, dude. Yeah, I mean, he knocked 3. I mean, it's not big, but
yeah. Cool.
3 something.
Not big, but a 3-something sure helps a whole lot. He just caught one that would look like it was about 1.25 pounds, maybe 1.5 pounds, so a big help for him. That fish hit close to the boat, and it was interesting. He had to make a couple trips to the front and back of the boat there fighting that fish. Like you said, he said this morning, it's not over. We got a lot of fishing time left, but Buddy Gross has done a good job padding his lead.
Does it shock you that the start this morning and the sight bite hasn't? You know, after seeing perch, I mean, you would have thought by this point in the day, it has been bluebird all day long. You would have thought there would have been a few other giants.
Yeah, it's just we saw them yesterday, and it's definitely possible, but it just seems like most of those bigger fish have already spawned, and there's some moving up, but there's not a lot of them. But with Clifford Perch already having that one big fish in the boat, if he can find something like he found yesterday to have 2 of those and fill a limit, then he could certainly win this tournament. But you start thinking about a Drew Benton and even Scott Martin. They're right there, but they need to get at least one good solid fish in the boat.
Tell me, let's have a look at our TH Marine weather watch. 72 degrees and sunny. That's pretty much perfect, Davey Height. Wind out of the east, about 11 miles per hour.
Yeah, the 11-mile-an-hour wind is probably one thing that those sight fishermen wish they didn't have today. It feels like a little more than 11 miles an hour, but that's just because we're on the water right here. But just a perfect day, 72 degrees and very, very few clouds in the skies.
That's your TH Marine weather watch. 72 degrees, sunny, and wind from the east at 11 miles per hour. But riddle me this, Davey Height. How did Buddy Gross's bite get better today on the final day?
I just really think he's done a good job at finding the shell beds that are close to the Kissimmee grass. If you see, we got a forward box here with Buddy Gross being in the top right. You see that Kissimmee grass, how close he is fishing to that? Ray Hanselman and Brian Schmidt are fishing the same type of cover that Buddy Gross is fishing, but farther offshore. And I just think those fish have been moving right out of that Kissimmee grass right to where Buddy Gross has been fishing. He told me after day one that he had really figured something out different than a lot of the other people were doing, and I didn't dig into it too much. You know, they don't want to give up a lot of their secrets on day one, but I really think that's what it is. He realized that these fish are coming off the bank, and the first stop is where Buddy Gross is trying to find them.
Great day we're having for the second championship Sunday of the season. The second one here in the Sunshine State, and that fish right there is the reason that people travel to Florida and enjoy the fishing down here so much, because the big bite is always a player. Hard to believe we have not seen a bag over 24 pounds this week. I mean, if somebody had bet me going into this tournament, and I'm not giving up on it yet, Davey Height, will we see one over 24 pounds?
Buddy Gross is knocking on that door for the BMC monster bag. We'll see if he can do it, but he certainly has a chance.
Several hours left to compete, but Buddy Gross is the man with the plan, saying, catch me if you can. And they can catch him with just one hook set on this body of water. But as time ticks away, it looks more like Buddy Gross might get elite number 2 today.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Site 1 Bassmaster Elite at Harris Chain is sponsored by Power Pole.
Hey, Dave Mullins here. I've been catching a lot of fish, moving the bait around, winding real fast, and it just seemed like they quit biting that today. And I had a hunch they might be going to spawn, and I picked this up. It's just an old stick worm. Picked it up on the first cast, caught a 4-pounder, and then caught another one next cast, and then caught another one. So I knew my bite was going away because the fish are starting to move into spawn. It's happening by the hour, by the minute, pretty much. So that really saved me today, is picking that up, slowing down, picking the cover apart.
From David Mullins, wearing that Aaron Martin's colored jersey, which was super cool yesterday. But now a good view of one of the best sight anglers on tour, Drew Benton. And he's been waiting for this bite to get right all week. But it's been right for David Mullins since day number 1 of the season, because he has made back-to-back 10 cuts here in the Sunshine State, and he is your leader in Angler of the Year points.
Yeah, Dave Mullins certainly having a good start this year. Had a good start this morning. Caught his limit quicker than anyone, and unofficially took over the lead for the first hour of our tournament.
The update is our pre-spawners are done. And I knew it was running out, so You know, you look at the weights, and the winders have gone down every day, and the sight fisherman's gone up. So, you know, we're just in looking for a big one. I don't think I can catch any big ones out there, what I've been doing the last 2 or 3 days. So we're going in there and look. Just saw Benton. Benton said he's got a good bag. He was working like a 7 or 8 pounder right there. Said he saw some females up. So, you know, that's what we're going to do the rest of the day, is try to get lucky and maybe find a couple females, and, you know, maybe they're big enough. I don't know. But, again, our weights are going down, theirs are going up, so something's got to change. And I knew it. Now, I didn't know if my fish would last 3 days anyway. And they did. So, you know, we're just going in here, gambling a little bit and trying to find a new one that's just moved up.
Good move, in my opinion. They have beat on those offshore fish. You go to a place and catch your limit and then some every single day for 3 days in a row. It's just going to eventually wear down. Fortunately, it was able to catch him a good limit to get started this morning, but I like what he's doing here.
And just when everybody starts to give this tournament to Buddy Gross, the thing to remember, he said, I just talked to Drew Benton. He's working a 7 or 8 pounder. Yes. Drew Benton is 7 pounds, 12 ounces back. And now I know he's got a cull of fish there, but it really, I mean, it could change in a hurry. And that's Florida. I mean, we learned that day after day in the last 2 events, really.
Yes, definitely. You know, I felt like, well, with what we've seen Buddy Gross do, it's going to take one of those sight fishermen. They're going to have to catch 2 good, solid, 5 to 11-pound bass. And Cliff Perch already got one in live well. Drew Benton is fishing for one right now. So this thing's far from over. But, you can't bet against Buddy Gross at this point. What we saw yesterday, we could see more of it today.
David Mullins is a few hours away from focusing on the next event, which is the Bassmaster Classic. This will look at him on Lake Guntersville at the 2020 Bassmaster Classic. Had a 13th place finish there, and anytime you make the final day cut, which is usually the top 25, it's a good thing. But at this point in Mullins' career, I mean, you go into the Classic, you go to win.
Oh, absolutely. I think everyone goes into Classic hoping to win, but honestly, I think you have a lot better chance if you've been there a time or two and you understand that, man, this is a lot of distractions. You have to kind of learn to keep your focus like Hank Cherry has done so well the last 2 years.
And there you see it, just a few days away, March 4th to 6th, Lake Hartwell in Greenville, South Carolina. And Hank Cherry will try to do what no angler in history has done and win 3 Bassmaster Classics back to back to back.
It'll be a tough feat, but it's really tough to do what he's done, doing it 2 times. And I would think that Hank Cherry feels more at home at Lake Hartwell than he did actually last year in Texas.
Back out in the Harris chain, 4-box, Gross, Mullins, Hanselman, and Perch.
Good 4-box there. You see David Mullins, we just talked to him. He's looking for a big fish on the bed. Obviously, that's what Clifford Perch has been doing the last few days. But Ray Hanselman and Buddy Gross fishing similar, but you can definitely see how far away from the shoreline Ray Hanselman is and how close to that Kissimmee grass and that shoreline Buddy Gross is. And that's been the big difference in them 2 this week. And currently sitting unofficially in 1st and 2nd place, but closer to the shoreline has definitely been the deal, especially today.
We got some information from the stat rat, Ronnie Moore, always working. Even when he's on break, he is working. And with that last call, Buddy Gross has surpassed the winning weight we had last week on the St. Johns River.
Yes, thanks, Ryan, for sending us that. I saw it, and he and I talked a little bit. It really surprised me we didn't pass that yesterday. I mean, everybody thought, because this place has been fishing so good. St. John's is great. It has been, forever. The Bassmaster Tournament Trail has been going there. But this chain of lakes has just really been on fire the last few years, and we thought we were going to hit it perfectly with a full moon in March. But, gosh, it has – so many of these fish are postponed, and I would have never thought that.
Pretty good shot in that 4-box of what this tournament's going to come down to. Those who stayed off and as Mullins calls them, winders, and those who are looking at him. And Mullins, he'll do both.
Yes, he will. He's a very diverse angler, but he is a winder at heart. That's what he feels most comfortable doing. But caught a few fish on soft plastics yesterday and some this morning.
Did you see, when you were out in the water, did you see any other anglers
Sorry about my day again.
keying in on this exact area that Buddy Gross, not where he's fishing, but being that
Pulled up
close?
to the third spot where we're supposed to be catching them, and they weren't there. And I just looked down at my 360, and I seen a bunch of fish out off the break, and I started throwing a Carolina rig off the break, and they started biting. They are not sitting where they're sitting on a soft spot. It's not hard. It ain't shell, no grass. They're just kind of there. Because of the wind this morning. In the shallow to deep, I'm telling you, I was sitting up here close to catch them on top of this shell bar, and I seen them off. So I just threw it out there, and when I caught one, I just kept doing it.
Buddy Gross describing to you what he was able to see this morning thanks to his 360. Those fish not sitting on the hard bottom, the shell bar, sitting just off of it.
Looks like we got Scott Martin looking at one.
Yeah. One on swim bait, had nothing bite it, and the rest of them's been on worm.
Well, I'm in my little lake here. This little spot is not real extensive. I mean, there's just some pads out here on this little flat, and the water is real dark, unlike some of the other lakes in the system. But there's been good quality in here. I haven't caught that many, but I've caught some 4s. I've caught a 6, a 7, some 2.5. So it's all been in the afternoon when I've gotten bit. So I've kind of waited until now to get here. I'd like to have a little bit more in the box right now. I've got about 12 pounds or so, which ain't going to be enough unless I need probably 3 big ones. I don't know if I can do it. I had 2 big ones in here yesterday, so. But I'm just fishing super slow. A lot of these fish are spawning around these pads. And I think as slow as I'm fishing, I think I'm catching some fish that are just pulling up to the pad just because there's not a lot of cover in this lake. I've been here before and it was a lot of pads. Now there's only what you see right here and just a few little places. So these bass that are wandering around, post-spawn bass, they slide up underneath these pads throughout the day to get some shade and feed on some bluegill. And I think I'm catching a few of those as well. So just flipping the bandito bug around. I've never fished this slow in my life as I do in here. It's just crazy. But it's been working.
I was about to say, you can tell he's a Florida boy as slow as he fishing when he just said he doesn't normally fish like this.
Pulling up on stuff.
Scott Martin continues to try and climb that leaderboard. Currently in 5th place, as you see, but the man on top of the leaderboard, Buddy Gross, was 76 pounds, 7 ounces. As every hour ticks away, it looks more likely like he'll win it, Davey Height.
It does, but I can't stop thinking about Drew Benton fishing for an 8-pounder right now, sitting at about 8 pounds back.
Anything can happen, as we've learned in the last 2 stops of the Bassmaster Elite Series here in the Sunshine State.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Site 1 Bassmaster Elite at Harris Chain is sponsored by Power Pole.
Welcome back. It's my favorite day of the week. It is Championship Sunday, the second one in the Sunshine State. 2 back-to-back stops to kick off the 2022 Bassmaster Elite Series. And Buddy Gross comfortably on top of this leaderboard, doing something that we didn't expect would dominate this tournament. But right now it has, Davey Heighton, with just a few hours left to go. You wonder, you're going to have to see some magic happen here, but you don't have to look very far to see that magic. The last 2 days, we've definitely seen it, and this, on day 3, a giant fish from Clifford Perch, and that's what this fishery is all about.
Absolutely. You see here, he was looking at his fish, fished for it for about 30 minutes, and finally got it to bite. And I'll just be quiet and watch, because this is greatness right here. Look at the size of that bass.
Giant fish. But it wasn't all just yesterday. Back at it early today.
Yeah, just amazing. Early this morning, before the sun really got up, like most of these sight fishermen want. Maybe he had located this fish yesterday, but Clifford Perch got off to a good start where some other anglers had limits
Stay out of the grass.
that weighed 7 or 8 pounds in short order. He said, well, I'll just catch one about that size. Good way to start the day off. I still say we've got to keep an eye on Clifford Perch, because he's got one of the right ones in his live well right now, another one like that, and look out Buddy Gross.
The Golden Ram has lived by the big bite here this week. The last 3 days in this tournament had a giant bite. Took over Phoenix Boats big bass for the day on day 2 as well. So big bites have been the key for him.
There's a male there.
Question is, does he have enough hours to get
one
the
more
right number of them?
Yes.
Little guy.
Perch came close to an Elite Series victory back at Lake Havasu. The late Aaron Martins won that on Mother's Day.
You see what Clifford Perch doing. You see his head is on a swivel back and forth looking for, because he knows with the one that he has in live well, if he can find one more of those big ones. Throwing a top water bait. A lot of times this time of year you might not catch that big fish on a top water bait, but they'll show themselves. Brian Schmidt hooked up.
Barely hooked. Barely hooked. White as a ghost stick.
So much slower out in Lane Park area today for those anglers. Not really surprising though. Hundreds of fish caught there this week.
Now over to Drew Benton, obviously looking at one. It's like watching a baseball game where one team's playing small ball and the other team's a home run hitter.
Here we go. David Mullins told us that Drew Benton was fishing for one around 7 or 8 pounds. Maybe this is the same fish, maybe not. Can't quite.
Please, baby, stay hooked.
Little spotty service there, but it looks big.
It does.
Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Yes. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
In the mouth. Oh. Yes. I knew you were in there, girl. I knew you were in there. Gosh. Let's go. I don't even know what I'm doing.
Before that fish, he was down 7 pounds, 12 ounces. Put that fish in as a 7-pounder. So, man,
wow.
he is one bite away.
Oh, wow.
How quick things can change here.
So I don't know exactly what his smallest fish was, but I'm guessing maybe 2 pounds. So that definitely puts him one, not even a giant, a 5.5 pounder away from being right there with Buddy Gross.
2 pounds, 12 ounces behind Buddy Gross right now.
So a 5-pounder away. I saw him catch 4 of his 5 fish the first limit this morning, and he's got several in that 2.5-pound class. I know at least one more in his live well.
And he's a perennial underestimator, too. I mean, he's usually a little off.
Yes.
But I still think, I mean, whatever the numbers work out, he needs one more big bite. But
yeah, 5+. Yeah, and there's a lot of time. And the best part of the day for someone like him that chose to sight fish. The offshore fishermen, their best part of the day has been all week long, has been the first hour. But the Drew Bentons and the Clifford Perch and the John Cox, it's been the last hour.
I bet if you said to Drew Benton this morning that you're going to need 1 5-pounder and you got 3 hours, the final 3 hours of the day, I think he would have signed up for that in a heartbeat.
Yes.
But keep in mind, Buddy Gross is not done either. But you see things are changing, and Mullins has changed, and he is straight looking right now. This is what wins tournaments. You know, 2 things are standing out to me. Number one, what Scott Martin did on day number 1, that everybody's going to overshadow as a bad day. But it went from a horrible day, and at the end of the weigh-in, he ended up with 17 pounds. He salvaged that day.
Yes.
And it's kept him in hit.
And
yeah, I totally agree with you, Dave. It was a good day. It could have been a great day, but 17 pounds was a good day.
Do you think there's a chance that Buddy Gross will change up at all today? Like, does he feel like he's maximized out there, or will he stay there till the end?
He'll do what he's doing, I really think, but he's got some mixed hydrilla and shell bars in several of these lakes, Dora and Big Lake Harris, and maybe Beauclair. I know 1 or 2 others, but he's been moving around from lake to lake. That's what I think has really been in his favor this week. He's fishing so similar to what half the field was doing, but he's been mixing it up in other lakes and then fishing closer to the shoreline than most of those other anglers.
Watching Mullins scanning.
I can catch me a big old giant one in here. I brought the hat, Z. I have the hat for you. Let me pull it out. Show you the hat. This is Z's hat right here. Wore this one for 3 days straight. I rubbed a little mojo on it, so we have it. I'm gonna lay it right here. There it is, Z. Okay. We're gonna lay that one out. See if we can't get a big one. It's been a good hat. And Mercer and Davey, you've got one coming too. So don't feel bad.
Oh my goodness.
Thank you.
Wow. Well, what about poor Tommy? What about Tommy? Nobody ever thinks of Tommy. I think I have an answer. It's the hair. Nobody wants to cover Tommy's hair.
That's
Nobody
exactly
wants
right.
Tommy's got great hair.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, no need of hats whatsoever. Congratulations to you. I'm anxious to what is that on the insignia there on the hat? What does it say?
Oh, it's the
SMC
Scott Martin
Challenge.
Yes, and I'm not going to lie. When Scott started talking about how he was having a big merch session behind the weigh-in the other day selling merch, I was all in. You know me, Dave. I like the swag, and I went all in for it. And not only that, it felt like an unlucky hat. And he said, I'm not going to use the exact words he said. He said, you're more than welcome to take that hat, is what I'll just pull some words out of it.
Are both hats guaranteed to have been worn by Scott at some point? I mean, is that part of the deal?
I would hope so.
Okay. All right. Well, good. All right, we just saw it. Drew Benton knocking out that 7-pounder here. Went in as a 7-pounder, and it's like you guys just kept saying it right before it happened. For 30 minutes, you were saying, yeah, but Drew Benton looking at, and there it happened. So, how can you feel comfortable anointing anyone at this point?
Yeah, I think you've got Clifford Perch and you've got Drew Benton now that have one of what they, in my opinion, we've talked about it, they need two of those. So now Buddy Gross has two people that they're one big fish away from overtaking the lead, and I wouldn't be real comfortable if I was Buddy Gross right now.
No,
Yeah,
I mean,
and really-
it's something's going to happen.
You take a look also, a big transition in this tournament right now, and this is a very hard proposition for a guy like David Mullins, who's, guys, you know this, he has lived offshore this entire tournament. For him to pull the ripcord and to go eye spying is a little bit of desperation to do that basically in the final few hours of a 4-day event.
Yeah, and no doubt about it. But I think he made a smart move, in my opinion. I mean, they blistered those fish for 3 days, and then it was good enough for him to catch a quick limit this morning. But when you just keep making the right cast, you know you're making the right cast over and over again, and no bites. He went to soft plastics, caught a few more, but those places are done that David Mullins has been fishing. I think he's making a great move.
Guys, outstanding as always. Thank you, Dave and Davey. Wonderful stuff on site. Great reporting from our two pros down there. And man, oh man, what they prophesied. They said it was about to happen. Drew Benton was going to make one of those, and it was Drew Benton who caught the giant. And who knows who's going to do it next?
Yeah, that's a haymaker from Drew Benton in a very, very big way. And like Davey Height and Mercer said, the big deal right now is the late day spawning bite has happened, and it is perfect conditions.
All right, well, it's happened each and every day here, so this thing is far from over. We will be right back.
The Site 1 Bassmaster Elite at Harris Chain is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, and by Nitro Boats.
Harris Chain, Leesburg, Florida, here in Lake County. Always our fantastic host city when we come to this unique fishery. These 8 natural lakes, all connected with canals, all you can get from one to the other. But certain places and certain special places have played this time around, and we're down to the 10 guys who have capitalized on those places. But right now, before we get back into the action, let's pause for some Striker Daily Trivia. The question, what was Mike Folkestad's winning weight on the Harris Chain in 1992? A low for a 3-day bass event. Was it 12.4? Was it 14.10, 16.4, or 18.10?
You've referenced it several times this week, Z.
Yeah, I think you're right. And the one thing I can definitely say, let's dial up the excitement, guys. I'm going to go with 12 pounds, 4 ounces, because I think it was a miserable tournament.
Wow.
I thought it was 12.4 as well, but I'll go 14.10.
3 days.
Different.
All right. I'll go 14.2.
Absolutely miserable event. Just a miserable tournament.
It was.
All right.
Woo.
Sweet. Like
Boy,
it
it
back
ended
in
on
the
a good
bad
note.
old days for Lake Apopka and other places around here.
The
Lots
bad old days.
Lots of pollution. Lots of pollution. You know, that's something that the Bassmasters has fought since its inception. One of the timbers that holds up the Bassmaster house is conservation.
Used to be a dadgum gar hole is all it was.
Yeah, just all sorts of trash fish and algae. Now it's a lot better.
Boy, yeah, absolutely. It's made an enormous comeback. And taking a look at a lot of the weights here the last few months, what's gone on in this tournament, a relatively weird event with the way the weather's kind of played this week. And interesting, a lot of folks said that there is no way, shape, or form that this tournament could be won sight fishing. Wouldn't you know, Drew Benton, very quiet, sneaky-like, getting it done sight fishing.
Buddy Gross still with the lead, but down to 2 pounds, 2 3/4 pounds, 2 pounds 12. Clifford Perch, one of the guys who's proven over the last 2 days that he can land a big one at any given time, any cast.
I can't believe we're going to put that in the well.
Yeah, believe it or not, it's his limit fish if it
I
measures.
better put 5 in there.
Measuring.
'Cause it might be a point. Just in case I don't
Interesting
run
way
on
of
3
measuring.
7-pounders or something.
Might be a point.
A little marker. That's a tiny one.
Hey, it could be he needs all the AOY points for being someone who's never missed a classic to missing 1 or 2 in a row.
4, 5.
Clifford Perch wants a good start to his season.
Now, if that big one would just eat those 4, we'll be all right. And we can add some more.
Well, very not homogeneous limit for Clifford Perch. 1 giant and 4 little rats.
I'm slow in here. It's all good. I can only do what I can do. You know, I don't have a lot of ways to catch them. Are you rolling right now? Okay.
I think they're going to take you in a 4-box here soon. If I can roll on it, we can bank it.
Yeah.
Are we live?
Okay, ready?
Yep.
You know, I'm fishing low and slow in this little spot here, and you know, here's the neat thing about this tournament is everybody's catching them slightly different. I mean, you got guys offshore throwing jerk bait, you've got guys sight fishing, I'm flipping and pitching, so, you know, I can only do what I do. I have confidence in this right here. I know this is not the most exciting to watch, but I'll tell you what is exciting. If I do hook one of those big ones in here, comes flying out of the water that close to the boat, it's worth the wait for sure. So, you know, I don't know. I think there's still a couple in here. I just have to, like, literally soak it around these pads. There's some fish spawning around them. I don't think they're real active. And so I'm just having to just really, I can feel the bed. I can literally feel my bait drop in the hole. And I'm literally just doing this for sometimes 10 minutes before one bites. But it's been pretty consistent when you get around one that's there. I just wish they'd bite quicker. You know, you'd think in muddy water they'd bite fast, but they're not.
From those 4, let's get over to John Cox, another one of these dangerous guys who's a double-digit fish, 11 pounds plus yesterday, marks him as such. A slow day for John. He, like Clifford Perch up until just a moment ago, 4 fish in the live well.
I wish they were all that easy to catch.
But they might at the end of the day. There we go. Little Berkeley General action there. Man, maybe they'll just turn on and we can just catch 8-pounders. That'd be great. What's that, 5?
That's 5.
Oh my gosh, we got 5 in there. Hey, there we go. There we go. Oh, what a struggle that was. All right, let's go find a big one.
All 10 anglers now with a limit. John Cox moving up to 7th place.
Yeah, and it is wind kicking up, obviously, where Buddy Gross is, but that area in Banana Cove looks like the pressure has caught up with Ray Hanselman and Brian Schmidt, Kenta Kimura.
Like Ray is back into his familiar position now, or someplace that looks a lot like it.
Schmidt's got the best bag out of those anglers in Banana Cove, 14.5 pounds.
Back over to Kenta Kimura. Very slow for Kenta today. Had his limit for a while, but absolutely no size. Has shown.
Yeah, one of the things that we talked about on FS1, Tommy, was a lot of these guys concentrating on hydrilla. Kenta Kimura, one of them, but he's also said a big key to his area has been shellcracker and tilapia beds that he's caught a lot of bigger fish off of this week in that Banana Cove.
Z, I think it's time. I think it's time.
What?
It's time for
Let's
a segment.
do absolutely.
It's time for something. It's not the one you're always keyed up for, but I think Such will be keyed up for this one. I'm taking it over the screen of knowledge for something a little different to kind of emphasize the point of Kenta Kimura's fantastic week. We mentioned earlier how he's a part of the quad of Japanese contingent that have just been so excellent coming across the pond to qualify for the Elite Series. But he is our Phoenix Rising Angler of the Week with the AOI rank. He moved from 85th at the St. Johns River, 85th. He was bottom 10 in that event. He's top 10 in this event, which means, hey, when you take a bottom finish and a top finish, the average is out right in the middle of the field. But what's key about that, 85th at the St. Johns River, moved up after this week into 42nd. He had about a 5-point wiggle room, so even if he falls from second today, he'll still stay in 42nd, which is key because that is normally the number that is our cut line for the Bassmaster Classic, and he would love to make that. So, Kenta Kimura, our Phoenix Rising Angler of the Week.
Phoenix Rising.
I want to hear Such say it one time. What is Kenta Kimura, Such?
Phoenix Rising.
There it is.
Very nice. Yeah, great job. He did, no quit in him. Didn't get it done up the river, and he's come down here and absolutely gotten it done all the way to the final day.
Well, I thought you were
really enjoyable to talk to after the weigh-in yesterday. Very, very well spoken about how he's caught him this week, and pretty deadly offshore when you kind of dive into how he caught him with that Ryugi football swing head. It's a tungsten head. Said one of the reasons I thought this was pretty cool, Ronnie, he said that Texas rig will kind of slick through that grass and not really make a commotion to where that swing head would actually, he wanted it to catch some grass and get a reaction bite from a lot of these fish. Clifford puts hooked up.
I couldn't see what he was, but we'll not worry about that one right now.
And
find bigger bass.
Normally, Z, that swing head is utilized to maybe get a little bit more action side to side out of your soft plastics when you're reeling it back like a crankbait. But in this instance, with like a swimming worm, like a speed worm, you don't want the head or the middle section to have action. It's just strictly from the back. So it makes, I was curious when you sent me that, why he had a swing head on there, but it's not for the action the hook gives it because he wants just that tail action. It is the impact of the head and actually getting hung up more. That was very interesting when you said that.
Yes, that was the major key is, and obviously a swing head's pretty awesome in a situation of shells and when you're fishing shell cracker or tilapia beds. But he said he also wanted that bait to grab grass, to make a commotion. Very, very cool.
Another one on for Clifford. Not a big one. Might be bigger than the one he's got.
Yeah, help me out a little bit.
Think it is.
Another point.
Yeah, let's get rid of a littler one for a not quite as. Come on. We got one big, nasty, mean one in there. Little guys. I think we should put him on the other one here. Yeah, that's a pretty good cool, but still not. Still not in the right neighborhood, but
work to be done.
Yep, and we see what's possible right here as we look back on earlier this morning with Clifford Perch. First catch of the day for him.
Yeah, and really the two big sight fish that we've seen today have come out of Griffin. Clifford Perch, Drew Benton. We had some little sketchy cell service, but the big ones definitely have come out of that region of this chain.
Thank you, Lord.
Oh my goodness. That's what lives here. And he was at one point, after catching that one, he just kept looking around. There's one, there's one, there's one. I don't know if they're still hanging on the beds, but we will investigate that when we come back.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Site 1 Bassmaster Elite at Harris Chain is sponsored by Power Pole.
Somewhere between 2.5 hours for our 10 anglers left to fish on this day. Championship Sunday in the Bassmaster Elite Series at the Site 1 Bassmaster Elite. And Buddy Gross, all day long, he grabbed that lead early and had mostly a 7-pound plus lead, but Drew Benton has jumped up in there with a 7-pounder to make it a whole lot closer. And Ronnie Moore reinforced something you said yesterday, Z. This could well be the guy with the big bag today is the winner of the tournament. It's looking a lot like that.
Yeah, no doubt about it. BMC on point of this day so far. Definitely Drew Benton. And the weird thing about this chain of lakes, anywhere you're at in Florida this time of a tournament, this time of year, is a 3-pound lead that Buddy Gross holds is not safe. Generally, when you get down to the last couple hours, you're like, you can give it to Buddy Gross. That is not the case right now. VMC on point. Drew Benton with that big shot. 12-23, a 7-pounder.
Got to Drew Benton.
I told Davey and Mercer this, but it's amazing that it took us halfway through the final day of the Harris Chain to surpass the St. Johns River winning weight. We thought maybe we would be approaching that weight at the third day weigh-in or the first bass of day 4. Then hooked up again.
He's got a 2-5. In the live one.
About to check him out and see. Well, that's a 2.5.
Negligible help, if any, I guess.
About a 1/4 pound.
Yeah, if
possibly.
you really look at Drew Benton's tournament, day 1 was the killer, 13 pounds and 11 ounces. And he has got bigger weight as this tournament has gone along, and you kind of feel like he's going to fall on another one of those good ones, judging by his day 2 and 3 stringers.
Said at the weigh-in yesterday, somebody is going to catch 30 pounds today. They're going to do it sight fishing. That's who's going to win. He didn't say it was going to be him, though. But it very well could be.
Buddy Gross standing now still with a 2-pound advantage over Benton. Buddy with 21 pounds 2, and I think his best weight is just under 22 pounds. I think it was no, just under 23, 22.12, I think, for
day 1.
his day 1
22.
weight. Yeah.
But he went down about 4 pounds on day 2, went about 3 pounds down yesterday. Buddy Gross did. Now he's got a big uptick. But Tommy, I haven't mentioned this today, but this top 10, one of the most star-studded accolade ones. The only person on here that doesn't have a semi-pro or a professional level top-tier win is Kenta Kamira, who is fishing his 2nd year in the Elite Series. Everyone has won an Opens level type event or a professional event.
And Kenta's got multiple top 5s in the St. Croix Bassmaster Opens. Yeah.
Not a big one. Not a big one. But that's all right. There's more in there. There's more in there.
All right.
Just a little male. I don't think he helps me, but we're going to find out. Get in here.
Well, I like Drew Benton. You feel like if you pull on that many males this time of year, that something big's going to happen. You feel like Scott Martin also really still in good shape these last few hours.
Green's got to go. Yeah, I mean, just caught my first one in my little hidey hole deal, and which is good. It wasn't a big one, but I still think I'm gonna get one bite or two big bites in here, I think. This is about when it starts happening, and I'm a little behind the ball. I'll probably get 10 pounds or so. So at the end of the day, I just gotta have 3 big ones. I'm just gonna keep this in my hand right now. Save a little bit of time on the way in. Stop and flip a few pads on the way back where I caught a big one yesterday. But I'm just gonna keep my head down. I mean, that's all I can do. You know, I'm not worried about second place, third place, any of that. Literally, it's only first, so I'm just gonna keep this in my hand. If I can get 2 or 3 of those big bites, I might be able to do something, but something's gotta happen pretty quick. Just pitching these pads and just fishing real slow. There's a bid on most of these pads. And in practice, you could come through here and you got bit quick, but now they're not really wanting to react good, but I've just been soaking it like that, and I'm still getting bit. I mean, I sat on that pad probably for 10 minutes, got that fish to bite. And there might be another one in there. I think there is. I can feel the bed, drops in the hole.
Drew Benton on the hunt, no doubt.
Brandon Lester, like Scott Martin, has survived in this tournament in a blind sight fishing areas where there's lots of beds. Listen to Scott Martin right there say he can feel that bait dip into that bed.
Blind sight fishing is one of my favorite terms.
Love it.
It absolutely
It's
is.
like jumbo blind sight fishing for jumbo shrimp. Wouldn't that be
Jumbo
a good
shrimp.
book title?
Hey, I love jumbo shrimp, Tommy.
Yeah.
Fishing fast, slowly. We've used that one before as
Yes,
well.
we have. We're full of it.
Yeah. Power finesse.
Yeah.
Exactly. Z, for a guy like Benton, obviously you know time's running out on the day looking for brand new bedfish, but how much maybe will Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday of practice where he saw maybe empty beds or not action, but just knowing that fish were there or will be there, do you run to those areas or do you go completely brand new and just, this is a hot section of the lake and I'm going to just stick it, you know?
Ronnie, he's 2 locks from where he found a lot of fish. You know, you get down near the Beauclair Apopka Canal, that's where a lot of those, that's, you know, heck, that's an hour and a half
there. Yeah.
Yeah. That, you know, that's where a lot of his, you know, 3.5 to 4 pounders were located. So here's the thing. He's got about, as far as looking time, he's got about an hour and 15 to 20 minutes, and that's it. He's going to have to start making his way back to Leesburg by then. So
get through an idle
I'm
zone
running out on
and
Drew
a
Benton.
lock as well.
2.5 hours until these guys have to check in. That includes travel time. So, yeah, that arithmetic can be brutal sometimes. You have less time in some cases than you think. But we got plenty of fish catching yet to go. That prediction we will make. And to back it up, we'll be back to show you that. It's moments away.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Site 1 Bassmaster Elite at Harris Chain is sponsored by Power Pole.
Championship Sunday at the fantastic Harris Chain of Lakes here in Central Florida, Leesburg, Florida. A fantastic host city. Buddy Gross and Drew Benton on top of the leaderboard. They started this day a pound and change separating the two of them. Right now, Buddy Gross has 21 pounds and 2 ounces. Drew Benton has 19 pounds and 10 ounces, and you go 5 pounds down further to pick up the rest, to start to pick up the rest of the field. But every one of these 10 anglers knows there's a game changer right around the corner. And that's why we are not losing a bit of interest in what's going on and not discounting anything.
The cool
that
thing
could
about
happen.
this week was we all made the cut from the house, Matt and Canterbury and all of us. And the neat thing is we're all fishing totally different stuff, totally different lakes, totally different techniques. Pretty cool. Oh my gosh. There's one in there, as you just saw. I don't know if that was a big one or not. Knocked it pretty hard. Little one. Dang it.
She is pulling the trigger a lot
I knew there was
on
another one in
males.
there, but I was thinking it might have been a female. I don't think this is going to help me. Nope. All right.
Painfully slow fishing, visualizing a lot of these fish are spawning on these lily pad roots, little isolated root systems that he's been fishing. Guggen Baits Bandito bug. Lightweight has been key for Scott Martin this week too. Said that was
No big uns yet.
major factor.
Caught a good number of fish today, but what's interesting about this week is that, you know, when we looked at the schedule, we looked at the moon and we thought, okay, well, if you get a big cold front, you're going to have this, like, the biggest spawn of ever, perfect storm, and it kind of flip-flopped a little bit. The first couple days of the tournament was kind of crummy for the sight fishing and the spawning, and there's another wave coming now, but it's been a little confusing, to be honest with you, but water temperatures finally warmed back up to 70, and I think another wave of fish have moved up.
John Cox is set up on one.
you'd think you'd catch a bunch up here on this wood, but I haven't been able to catch much on the shoreline. Pads have been the deal. All right, it is time to come out of these things.
Looks like Drew Benton has settled in on one too. Oh.
What?
No.
Give that time, friend.
They're everywhere.
All shapes, all sizes, all species.
Absolutely. What a treat. Both events down here is a grebe right there, bud.
No, the submerged variety. The amphibious grebe.
Gosh.
Golden retriever.
I'll cry. I'm a crier, Tommy. I will cry with all this wildlife and this music. You play this or Lady in Red, I'm a baller, guaranteed.
You played Lady in Red for me last summer, Z.
Oh God, it's Zachers! Oh no, it's horrible.
Oh no, we miss Zach.
We do. We lost Zach in the off season. I needed that part right there. That was strong.
I heard you guys were getting another pet in the future, Z.
Nope. We are done.
I must have
we
been
are
an
done.
unofficial Bass Track update.
Yeah, we are real empty nesters now. So what size bass does Benton need to take the lead here? We got... Needs about a 5-pounder, correct?
Yeah.
Yep.
Got a 2.5 in there.
So we think Buddy's a little low on 21.2 with all his 5-pounders and close to 4, or if not a little bit over.
Give her just a second, we'll buzz them again.
But Benton could be the same, a little low on certain fish.
I think you got to turn that one back on in a minute. But whenever. If you're live right now, don't worry about it. Yeah.
Well, that weightless swimming worm that John Cox throws, we talked about it a little bit early on FS1. Man, he throws that a lot. Not just on this lake, all over the country.
I think it's cleaner right there. I want to get to this island. Kind of running out of time. I've been looking for a good protected bank to find some spawners, and pretty much anywhere that the wind isn't blowing and you can see there's some local fishermen, and it's just kind of, you can tell you fish for one and they're a little bit spooky, so it's a little tricky. You can't really get around very fast in here. It's all trolling motor stuff, and You know, I'm gonna go try to land on one. There's one big one on this island and another big one down that way that I fished for earlier. And at least since I've got 5, you know, sometimes they'll bite better in the afternoon, and so at least since I've got 5, I can go spend a little bit of time on them. I don't have much time left. I've got to leave after a little bit, but it started out good. It started out fun, but man, I just didn't find any more big ones really, other than those 2 that I haven't got yet, and some spooky ones, couple spooky ones. So I thought it would be a little bit more exciting the rest of the day, but we still got 30, 45 minutes, something like that. It doesn't take long, one little stretch.
Clifford Perch
I
talking
can
about
fight through this grass and get over to that little island. I saw a big one there yesterday.
running out of time, and for any of these anglers below the top 2 spots.
Hopefully that guy didn't get it this morning. There was a guy fished around it this morning, but he didn't look like he slowed down, you know, so he could have missed it.
I agree, Tommy.
Anyone below the top 2. The time for chipping away slowly and upgrading and getting into the conversation is about to pass you by.
Well, and I've been literally where Clifford Perch is, like in those 2 marshes in Griffin, where you're fishing up to the last possible second to try to win, and you have to troll out of, you can't just get on pad and leave, you have to troll out and then get to safe canal distance and then take off running. And sometimes the seconds tick down much faster when you're trolling and not on your big motor. And so Andy's got to go through the lock, which, let's just say Benton goes in, locks in early. He's in the lock and leaves, and they don't time it up at the same time. He might have to wait outside of and wait for another lock.
A lot of variables in there, isn't there?
Oh my gosh. Oh, he didn't get it. Gosh. That was Moby Dick. Gosh, he bowled on it. I was waiting for the line to tick.
You hear all those grebes, Z?
I can absolutely hear him.
Dang, that was a boil, man. Oh. Ain't no telling how big that one was.
Get off the dreaming for a minute. That's your marking.
It's been a while since we've been having time to check in with our leader, Buddy Gross.
Somebody look back. Who won in 2020, buddy? It's pretty cool. I can't believe them fish are sitting out there and nothing. But they are.
help either.
He just keeps catching the same size bass. It has been a magical day for that man right there from Tennessee, Buddy Gross. He's got the genes, he's got the look, and he's got the thunder.
Pretty darn nice right there.
Thank you,
I
Tommy.
like that. I like that a lot.
Appreciate the heck out of that,
The
my friend.
majesty of that was, golly, palpable. Good stuff. Slow it down for the moment. Enjoying the nature, but hey, serious business at hand. 8 anglers who got to go big.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Site 1 Bassmaster Elite at Harris Chain is sponsored by Power Pole.
Championship Sunday, 10 anglers. Leesburg, Florida at the Site 1 Elite at Harris Chain. Of these 10 anglers, 2 have separated themselves somewhat from the field. Buddy Gross and Drew Benton. Gross with a 2-pound advantage over Benton. That's where we stand right now if you're just checking in. Stay with us. We'll start this segment with some Striker Daily Trivia. And how many 2021 Elite events, that's last year, did Ed Loughran III win the Bass Track Contingency Prize for accurately estimating weights? Who doesn't know the answer to that? Come on, Sue. That's common knowledge.
Is it?
No, it's not. What in the world? Oh, my goodness. Z,
There's
have
a story
crack
on
at
the
that.
website on it.
There was a story on the website about it, Tommy. The Striker Daily Trivia. I'm gonna go with B. He won it 3 times. Ed Loughran III. B.
This is some deep inside baseball here. I'll go with 4 just because.
I'll go 3 as well. 33% of the season.
All right. Let's see. Well,
I
you
forget.
guys
I
are
don't even
right.
know what it was.
I guess we know who the dummy is now. That's me.
Such just
I read
admit
that article,
he doesn't even
actually.
care about
I
the trivia.
did.
He just did.
I read that article on Bassmaster. Oh, wait, hold on. No, I
He
didn't.
nailed the St. Lawrence River exact weight. And then,
It's crazy when you
Two
weigh
other
your fish
times.
how close you can be to the actual weight of the
well,
fish.
no, calibrating your weights to the bass scales, all that. He even did that.
Respect going out to Ed Loughran for that.
You know, we talked about earlier a lot of the guys that are sight fishing up shallow, that the late day bite has been pretty unbelievable. But the offshore bite for big ones that, you know, the first hour has been awesome, but really the last 2 hours has been pretty strong for the guys offshore.
Even just a good bite. We need that one. Bad. Stay on there, girl. You gonna help, I'm pretty sure. Get out there. You about jumped in the boat. I should just rolled you in here. God, you had a bigger mouth than that. Quit it. I don't think she will. I thought she would when I first seen her. I don't know why we ever left. We should just see her. We ain't leaving. Heck with it. Yeah, I mean, this is stupid to be riding around looking for something. Well, all we gotta do is get a couple of good bites, catch some fish. That bologna sandwich about made me puke. Or the pressure, one of the two.
Look at this, Buddy said about, well, when he landed on 21-2 a good while ago, he said, man, if I can get a 5-pounder and take the upgrade from that, I'm going to be where I want to be. Not quite a 5-pounder though, but that will upgrade him some.
Well, the biggest key for Buddy Gross here on the platform, it's hooked up again. I mean, having a TIME.
Yeah.
I know that one's bigger. Ooh. Lordy mercy. I got some pliers in this boat, I promise. Surely that one's bigger.
$3.95. Don't kick for me, hang on. Ho, 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 ho. $3.90.
Wow.
That's a good fish, guys.
It's a chunk.
That one wanted to be on TV, is what that one wanted. Thank you, Lord. We still catching. God is good. That jucker's all the way up there by the boat. It moved up some. You think that heart don't race when all this is on the line right now at the end? We have 2 hours till quitting time. I'm thinking how bad I need a 7-pounder. Said it all week. You know, yesterday we left the door wide open. You know, we didn't have nowhere near what we needed to have yesterday. You put us in a 20-pound steer, even a high teens bag steer, we're in striking distance. And you know, coming in 5th place, being 3 pounds out, that's a lot. But the one I won, and I snuck in because of Shane LaHue, I was 10 pounds down at Eufaula and come back to win it. But man, they was biting that day. We had more than one spot to catch them. So it can be done. But you gotta have a big bag, and I think I had like a 28-pound bag. That's what we need. If we get a 28-pound bag, I'm gonna be pretty good about it. I mean, you left it all on the line. Uh-oh. That might be a color there. Come here, girl. I think that one will cool. Every time we talk about it. I might leave them things out. $3.95. Don't kick, please. Are you kidding me? $3.95 is what we got in there, look. Man, we're so close. Dang, we've caught a dang 18-pound limit today. Another dead soldier. I don't mean that, no disrespect, though. Another fallen worm is what we're gonna say. Fallen worm. Dead worm. Let's start calling him dead worm. There's another dead worm. My dad used to say that, but he was a soldier. I'm not gonna take that away from nobody. I appreciate everybody that runs their service. No disrespect whatsoever. All we gotta do is have one of them 3-pounders turn into a 6-pounder. I might do a break dance right here for you. I used to could do the windmill, been a long time. A little warmer, I could do a backflip off here though, for sure. I wouldn't even try it. I don't think I do the worm no more.
Worm would be fun.
Get hurt before the classic again.
Yeah.
Time to mess with one that won't mess with us.
Kenta Kimura leaving Banana Cove Lane Park. Looks like that area has finally fizzled out, Tommy.
I think so. Banana Cove Lane Park, is that what we're landing on?
Hey, the last.
Well, I had a lot of locals tell me Banana Cove, and I had a lot of locals tell me Lane Park. So I'm going to say both to be accurate.
Right. That's keep the people happy.
Tommy Z, the last 2 hours of this event might be the last 2 hours of rest that Banana Cove gets for a little while, because it might not rest tomorrow or Tuesday.
These guys have been staying away from the boat traffic generally, as near as we can tell from our limited scope.
Yeah, there was a couple collisions I had heard out there with some fishermen this week.
Yeah.
Got to hear a little bit about that yesterday.
Yeah,
There was
have some
tournament jerseys flying Thursday and Friday out there.
And oh man, guys like guys that are far away, like Clifford Perch, are coming to the end of their broadcast day, so to speak. Man, time running out on everybody. Buddy Gross, that time can't pass fast enough for him. Still holding the 2-pound change lead over Drew Benton. And all the rest of these guys need to strike it big time. I mean, catch some big weight in order to be there at the end of the day. Site 1 Bassmaster Elite Championship Sunday. And oh man, we're getting closer and closer to the final reckoning. We'll be right back.
The Site 1 Bassmaster Elite at Harris Chain is sponsored by Minn Kota, Powerful, and by Skeeter Boats.
Leesburg, Florida, the Harris Chain. From there, the ones who have qualified are going to get in the vehicle and drive all the way up to South Carolina, prepare for the Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic starting March 4th. Less than 2 weeks away, Lake Hartwell. Lake Hartwell will be the 4th time that Hartwell has been our classic venue, the World Championship. Hank Cherry going to try to be the first ever three-peater at the Classic. Let's see if that happens. And from up there in South Carolina, up in the upland part of the state, that's where we'll be with all those 55 qualifiers for the Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic presented by Hook. We'll have coverage, all kinds of coverage for you right here on Bassmaster.com. It's already started.
And you guys definitely nailed it with a lot of the anglers that are up in Griffin right now that were starting to apply the pressure, one of them being Drew Benton. Man, he is against the clock now.
Yeah.
He's going to probably have to start making his way back relatively soon. So he's down to his last few moments of fishing before he has to make his way back to Leesburg. Guys like Brian Schmidt, guys like Buddy Gross, they're going to be able to maximize their time and really fish till the last minute. Buddy Gross really in the driver's seat with a Clifford Perch, a John Cox, Scott Martin, and Drew Benton. Really, we thought the last 90 minutes those anglers can make a push at this. It does not look like that is going to happen as of right now.
It's incredible. I've covered open here as well, and to see different parts of this system work. At sometimes Little Lake Harris is the place to be. Sometimes it's Eustis. It's been incredible.
Clifford Perch's time, as we say, running out right now.
Sorry, Z, I had my microphone off during the break, was saying how it's crazy how this place, with so many lakes available to it, how it comes in waves to certain places. How I've been at opens here, and we have 8 of the top 10 in Little Lake Harris, or 7 of the top 10 are in Eustis, and how this week it's been that Banana Cove region, but how we've seen a little bit of Griffin come into play and Apopka and things like that, but how it does flow like that.
Really, really diverse fishery. If you look at the watercolor where Buddy Gross is, you look at Clifford Perch on your right, all the way down to Apopka. I mean, it's a You know, this is a pick your poison body of water. And there were not many of our locals that gave us a hand in this, you know, telling us the shape of the chain, you know, what's going on, what lakes are firing, what ones aren't. Not many of them said that Big Harris would
Really
win that. Potentially, no.
I mean,
no.
Doris
It
has
was
been the place. Dora's been the place to be. Beauclair has been the place to be.
Yes. A lot of people thought Apopka had potential to win this tournament, or in between Beauclair and Apopka.
Look at the size of that. Look at the size of that bed.
We're hearing he's been on that one for 30 minutes, Ronnie.
Z, is that fish to the right of that bed right there, that big darker spot, or is that?
Nope. I can't tell if that's her or the male biting at it. I just seen it flash. Somebody's got it. Male's got it again. Oh, wait a minute. That's female. I can't tell. I can't tell which one that is. Got it deep too. Got it too deep. Let's go up through here like this. There it goes. I'm pretty sure that gets rid of the black. It was black, wasn't it? Yep. I think that might be I think that's the male, really, to be honest with you. I don't think it's the female. £3. Yeah.
That should move him up a spot in the third place. Still 6.5 back out of the lead, though.
No, I think that was the male.
It's got a 2.5 pounder in there.
Not too bad if that's the male that he
There's
just
another
caught.
one up there. That's the male, right there's the female. I'm pretty sure.
We have David Mullins on the south end of Griffin.
Yeah,
Drew
female's still there.
Benton, Clifford Perch, fishing the north end.
But she's staying around, so that's a good thing.
It's like a brand new world with every single sight fish. Not only do you have to find a big one like Benton and Mullins are looking for, but you have to learn the bed and what the exact spot that gets them fired up. There's a specific little spot on that general bed area that they don't want you around. You know, it's a spot within the spot.
I'll tell you a cool story. It was with John Cox last night about that 11-pounder that he caught. I know the Bassmaster Live fans will love this. He said, so he fished for that thing for 3 hours, tried So many different baits, so many different tricks, long lining, getting way away from the bed. This is no joke, Ronnie. You'll love this. Fished for it for 3 hours, went back up towards the bed to get a good visual that the fish was still there, saw the fish, literally dropped his bait over the side of the boat. The fish caught it and ate it, literally with his boat on top of it.
That was when the fish's fight or flight instinct really kicked in, when he got right up on top of the bed. Like, I got to do something.
I just couldn't tell. I mean, we were running out there with it, and I couldn't see her anymore, and I thought she had it. She's still hanging out, though, so that's a good sign.
Let's get back out to Brian Schmidt. Big Harris Lake.
That was one we needed, dude. When I hit him, he pulled. Golly, dude, that was a giant fish. I hit him too. When I hit him, he pulled the rod out of my hand. Oh my gosh, man. That was a big fish, brother. Like really, really big. Man, I hit him too, man. Golly. Smoked it, like just demolished it. It is what it is.
Brian Schmidt, 14.5 pounds.
Right where he was supposed to be.
Third best limit of the day among our 10.
Woo!
Take it back to Buddy Gross, David Mullins.
I don't know, I thought it's just, we're just a little ways off. Got an hour and a half left to fish. I'm trying just to take this swim bait and work it like a hands on a clock. I'm trying to cover all my directions to make sure I ain't missed something. That might have been a stripe that's hit my swim bait a while ago too. I didn't think about that just now.
Really, if you looked at a lot of Buddy Gross's
Almost
shell
been a different
beds that
bait
he's
every
been
day
fishing,
that's got us here.
a lot of them are right off of that
Almost.
Kissimmee grass.
All these on the decks played a role. I'm gonna throw one right behind you. Get up on top of the shell bar once, see if they're sitting up there now.
Buddy Gross's win came in 2020, a difficult year after a
The restart of the season
Yeah,
after
got my
everything
chicken
shut
in
down
the
for 3 months. Went to Eufaula and had a fantastic
He and I
come
both
from
know
behind.
that.
Another angler, I think we're going to see him quite a few times this year. Some of the lakes and timing that we've got going. He's going to be a handful at Pickwick.
I know I need a big one.
Well, the sound of that clock ticking is getting louder and louder, especially as we look at the situation we have now. Buddy Gross may be able to wait him out.
He may end up being the best fantasy pick of the week for someone who chose him. And so, Tommy, it has come to that time for the after-action report. Basically, our leaderboard is tight, and we know it's not going to be official to the weigh-in, but we wanted to kind of provide some clarity. I wanted to be completely honest to the fans on my week for Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing and Mercury Drain the Lake. It was for my 5-man lineup, Z, it wasn't necessarily the best. I love this side. I love this side of the screen because Drew Benton made a big move from the 50s on day one into the top 10, eventually finishing out, he's going to be at the top end of the top 10. Then we had Scott Canterbury and Jacob Prozik. Both of them, they finished in the 20s to 30s this event. I'll take that. Not too bad of a finish for those two. I had 2 in the 80s, though, and when you have a 5-man lineup, you cannot have...
That doesn't work.
No, it does. When you have 2 guys in the bottom 15, it's very, very tough to bounce back points-wise. But, like I mentioned, with Mercury Drain the Lake, though, when it comes to my team there, I'm very pleased. I have 4 in the top 10 fishing today. But, man, the bonus points aspect of Drain the Lake, because you can only use these anglers one time throughout the season, you pick them for an event and you lose them, you have to make sure you pick them at the best times. I have 4 fishing today, but if I do not get the winner, I can't double up my points. If you get the winner, they get 300 points, and you get to double that up, they get another 300. So that's what killed me in week 1. You guys both had John Cruz, got 600-plus points there. Would love to do that, but Buddy Gross not on my team here. I'm saving him for later. I expect, like you said, Z, he's going to factor at another time, and I'll take that. So all 8 in the final day, or all 8 in day 3, 4 in the final day, I'll take that, Z.
Roddy, when you tickle that screen of knowledge, one thing I was going to ask you was, what was the ratio that folks picked Buddy Gross this week? Just curious.
1 second.
Come on!
He wasn't a bad pick, Z, but I mean, I think a lot of people for Drain the Lake did save him. They're going to save him for Lake Chickamauga, most likely.
Sure.
I'm looking for Rapala fantasy fishing this week and seeing. We'll report back on that.
Fish. I think probably doesn't weigh 2 pounds. He's got a 2.5-pound body.
Scott Martin, boy, needs a big one. Needs it pretty soon here. He's a ways out from HQ here. Same story for several in our top 10 on today. And Buddy Gross there, sticking to his game, doing what he likes to do best. And it is working thus far. Be right back.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Site 1 Bassmaster Elite at Harris Chain is sponsored by Power Pole.
Time growing short. It's been a long tournament, 4 days long, down to 10 on this final day at Leesburg, Florida. The Site 1 Bassmaster Elite at the Harris Chain, and look at that, Buddy Gross hanging on to that lead right there. Man, oh man.
5% Z, bucket B this week, 5% for Buddy Gross. For Drain the Lake, probably a little less because you don't want to burn him before his home lake. So.
Okay.
Been a great performance. I'll tell you what, he has maximized what he had to work with. So far, better than anyone else. There's the music.
And it only means one thing, and it's time to dial up the excitement. The Power Pole replay of the day. Get ready for this, Sanchez, Ronnie, Such. We have never done this before in the PPROTD The Power Pole replay of the day is not an individual. You would think to yourself, well, it'd be Buddy Gross. Well, you'd be completely wrong, my friend. The Power Pole replay of the day, it's the Harris chain. Showing up all week long. Yeah, the couple Central Florida dadgum studs. 30 miles northwest of Disney World, the happiest place on earth. Well, it went down here early and often. Hey, Harris chain. That's right, I'm talking to you. You are the Power Pole replay of the day. I'm talking to a lake, a chain of lakes.
Pretty darn good. All right, let's bring in our pal Dave Mercer.
Why don't we?
Shiner fishing trip looking more and more likely today
Oh,
at the end of the day. So that is good. So Dave's got that to look forward to, but he's got to talk to us one more time. And Dave, if you were playing, say, the Drain the Lake game, would you have used Buddy Gross at this venue, or would you have saved him for a later one? And if so, which one?
Well, because he's leading right now, I'd say 100%. I would have used Buddy Gross, but I don't play Drain the Lake. I focus all my fantasy efforts on football, and it always ends as let's just not talk about fantasy anything, Tommy.
Okay, sorry I even brought it up.
I mean,
size this one up, this tournament for us. Give us the view from
guys, I gotta be
60,000
honest,
feet.
This tournament to me is everything different than we predicted coming into it. And it's, I kind of equated it to Davey Hyde. It's like watching one baseball team play small ball and another baseball team be home run hitters. And everybody talked about the home runs coming into this tournament. And the home run may still win this tournament, but it's going to have to be a last-minute walk-off, throw-the-bat home run by Drew Benton or one of our anglers, because what Buddy Gross has done here has stayed incredibly consistent. He's targeted in on a zone of fish that really, I don't know that anybody else did this entire tournament. There was a lot of people close to him, but nobody right on what Buddy was doing. So it is small ball versus the home run hitter, and I'm always a fan of dingers. So I would like to see a last-minute dinger here right before weigh-in.
Dave, we were talking to Davey about this yesterday, and it's a lot has to do with some of our rookies this year. And we always have a tendency to look at the top of the list, the Jay Shakur, who came down to Florida and absolutely knocked their lights out. But now that we have a little bit of a break because we have to cover the Bassmaster Classic, there's an off time right now. And there is also a list of rookies this year that did not do their job, that did not get the deal done down here in Florida. Talk about that, because you talk to a lot of the rookies and you encourage them, but there's a lot of them that have a lot of work to do when we get back to Santee Cooper.
They do have a lot of work to do, and first of all, I can't say how impressed I am by Jay Shakurik. To come from Wisconsin and have very little experience down here and to make the cut in both of these Florida's events is amazing. But if you look down there, I'm going to tell you, I still stick with my pick for Falcon Rod's Rookie of the Year has got to go to Cody Huff. I think Cody Huff I know he had a tougher Florida swing and did a little bit better in this one, but I think you're going to see big things from him. And another guy that I believe is in the very bottom that should not be there and will not be there for very long, I'm saying Daisuke Aoki. If you look at what he's accomplished in Japan, I mean, he is a 3-time Japanese Angler of the Year, and he's won their Classic twice. He is far from a rookie. Obviously, on paper, he is a rookie because he flies under the radar as far as earnings, but I'm going to say Daisuke Aoki will have a much better for the rest of the season anyways, the next 3 quarters of the season. But it's going to be painful the next few weeks because they're stalled out. They're not fishing the Classic, so they got to kind of pace around and hope to make that comeback, but I think they will.
For folks at home that might not know Cody Huff, tell why you think that, because that's we were almost unanimous in the studio. Kind of give a little background on Cody Huff and why you think that.
Cody Huff, from the first time I've met him, obviously he's a former Strike King College Bass champion, and he went to the Bassmaster Classic. But when you get somebody like Rick Clunn that says this guy is really, I mean, Rick Clunn has admitted that Cody has taught him a lot about electronics, but just everything about him really stands out as he's just different than a lot of the field. And even so, this past few weeks, when he had a tougher swing than you would have expected from him, I talked to him for a bunch this last few days, and he really is just calm, composed, not rattled. You know, you see that from a lot of rookies. You have a tougher swing for the first two, and, you know, they start putting pressure on themselves. He's very calm. He's more mature. He's really, you know, the term of being beyond your years, that is what I see from Cody Huff. I mean, he is so dialed in with the electronics, but he's also just dialed in with the temperament and what it takes to be successful as a pro angler.
Dave, thanks for everything this week. Good stuff. As always, have a great weigh-in and a great Shiner trip. I hope you get your line stretched by a double digit more than once. How about that? Yeah.
Sleep a weekend,
Dave Mercer.
And I think that I don't want to correct Dave Mercer, but Daisuke will be in the Classic. He won an Open last year at
That's
Douglas
right.
Hill.
That's
maybe,
right.
but that still might be the refresher he needs. Not fishing for points, fishing for 3 days to try to win an event, get that out of the way. Maybe he had been looking forward to that and missed out on the Florida swing, but it's still going to be a reset, whether it's a break or a mindset change, you know, fishing the Classic.
Well, you think about some of the scenarios could play at Hartwell. He could do very well.
Exactly.
The perch.
Well, that one will help a little bit. Thick one. Give me a pound probably on one of them little dinks. Maybe.
Well, I'll tell you what we have not seen that was predicted, and we thought today might be the day for it, is one of these guys that was sight fishing to roll up on a 30-pound stringer. And I'll tell you, the first hour, I thought, this is the dude. It's going to happen today. That gig just never transpired. And you got to give a hats off to a Clifford Perch, to a Drew Benton, to a John Cox. That made it look.
Come on,
if
son,
guys
come
are going to
back out
find him,
just
it's going to
for a
be
second.
one of those three, and it just really never
Just the
fired this
last couple
event.
minutes. Man, I wish we could blast through that and see if that big one was set up over there. It was in those trees. But I can't see very good. There was one right here, but it kind of spooked when we came in. I didn't get stopped fast enough, and it was pretty spooky. Man, it's 2:15. We probably got to do it. As much as I hate to go, I think we need to. We might beat somebody. We might gain a point. Overall, it was an awesome week anyways. A couple weeks in Florida. I got a big fish every day. Just not a lot of them, but enough to have a great week. Get the season off to the right start.
That last fish might have gained.
Moved her right there.
Perch four spots.
That's something.
Nah, I've got a
$4 grand.
I got one on the bed. I messed up and caught the male, and you know, my trolling motor prop's broke right now, so I can't go anywhere else. So it's pretty much I'm gonna sit on this one, and this one ain't a big one. It's probably a 4-pounder. Help me out a little bit, but I can't do anything else. So I'm gonna try to catch her if I can, and she keeps easing up there. So I'm surprised she's still there after I caught the male. How long we been here? Close to an hour, probably. Well, like I said, I can't go anywhere else, so there's nothing else I can do. My trolling motor prop's broke, so pretty much either catch this one or, you know, go with the weigh-in. So we got 15 more minutes to catch her.
Huge moves by Perch and Benton this week to get inside the top 10. Perch was 41st after day one, tied for 41st. Benton was 47th, tied for the cut spot. Everyone else was in the top 23 that made it to today.
Wow. Who got the Phoenix Award? Was it Perch or Benton?
For
Phoenix Rising.
Oh, I gave it to Kenta Kimura for his.
Oh, Kenta, that's right.
His
Rising.
AOY. Yes, there you go. His AOY move from 85th to the classic spot in 42nd, roughly.
But yeah, yesterday we had 5 guys outside the top 10
All that
jumping,
any of these
supplant other
females
folks.
would do what they're supposed to do, I'd stay.
Who's Benton? Thinking the same thing.
Benton, Perch leaving.
Yeah.
Mullins not yet, but they're all going to ride together, I guess, in the lock.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, yeah.
She ain't nowhere to be found. They're all squirrely, Sago. We're gonna lock back through. I got another one in Harris.
One last shot.
Drew Benton holding out a little hope for. Ooh. Last minute.
Appreciate it.
Raggy. What?
Shaggy.
Is it just a day where those bedfish are a little more spooky? See, maybe?
Generally, the spookiest is when they just get to the bed. You know, if you got a
Entrenched
day
in.
or, yeah, you get a day or two where they're a little bit more comfortable and get settled. You know, there's a lot of times that, and we've covered a lot of tournaments where you hear guys say, found one on a bed, it wasn't quite ready. You go back the next morning and that fish is more committed actually to the nest. It's about a day in Such tends to help it quite a bit.
To the best of my knowledge, I believe this is the first time we've started out with both 2 events to start the season in the state of Florida. We've always started in Florida, it seems, you know.
Last year we went straight to Tennessee for the second one.
Yeah, and I think unless you count 2014, where I believe we started at Seminole, which has Florida touching, you know, part of the, you know, towards the dam and the real south side of that. And then we went to St. John's after that one. I think the last time we were there was 2012 when we did St. John's and Okeechobee back-to-back. So this might be the first time in a decade.
We had the Open the week before the St. John's.
Come on, dude. Just slapping it. He's been caught or something. Not by me, but somebody's caught this fish.
All right. We've got a bunch of guys heading home, getting into the lock to get out of Lake Griffin. One of them says he might have a little something going on in Lake Harris, so never lose hope, never give up. Buddy Gross on top. Oh, man, he has stayed strong all week long. Had his ups and downs, but he's on top as it stands right now. Drew Benton, the guy with something to check there in Harris when he gets there.
Collins, Hanselman, all the rest. We'll have the weigh-in before you know it. Be right back.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Site 1 Bassmaster Elite at Harris Chain is sponsored by Power Pole.
Let's get back out on the water. Fishing time is getting short for so many of our anglers in our top 10 right now. A lot of them out there today to find those game changers, put them in the boat. By and large, it has not happened. Buddy Gross got out there to do his thing that he's been doing all week long with a few variations, and he has been doing that.
Game changers.
Yes, sir.
He's right, Tommy Sanders. And the interesting thing about Buddy Gross was he went light yesterday, man, just under 15 pounds. Very confident, obviously, after day one, saying he had a Tennessee Riverside school located on this exact shell bar that he's on. And really talking to a lot of the anglers, a lot of the local anglers before this tournament, a lot of them, even the ones that are doing it in this event that are sight fishing, said
stinks, man.
they did not think sight fishing would win this tournament. A lot of folks thought it would be one offshore. And interestingly enough, Harris was probably lowest on the list as far as lakes that would shine offshore. You heard constantly Eustis and Dora and Beauclair, like Ronnie covered that college tournament here. And really, for the most part, Big Lake Harris was the major player for the offshore fishermen. I think the biggest benefit to Buddy Gross this week, and I know a lot of the viewers on Bassmaster Live have hung with us most of the week. For the most part, he has been left alone.
Yeah, I mean, around big numbers of people, but he's kept apart for a while.
Yeah, right. You know, out on the cusp, and you know where he's fished today is there's been nobody around him at all through this tournament.
What's incredible, Z, is how little offshore spots, small areas, hold a lot of Florida bass.
Yes.
Like, you know, for a whole stretch of maybe a bedding season, they're going to pull up from this spot, or they're all going to pull off to that spot, and how he's maximized just a small off-the-wall spot.
Right, and one of the things that we talked about today on FS1 was, man, he had the best of both worlds. He had fish that were post-spawn coming to him. He had fish that were pre-spawn coming to these areas. You know, they were just, we've talked about it at length on Bassmaster Live. He's really concentrated on those stop signs, those migration stop signs of fish coming and going. And you always, look, all of us, and I think half of the dang field thought the bass that were coming to spawn this week. When the real truth, now that we're 30 minutes away from being done on live, the fish that were coming were coming to offshore spots way more consistently than the guys that were fishing shallow. And another thing to really put into perspective about Buddy Gross's day is he had Grebe.
What? Wait a minute.
Looked like it. Sorry. False alarm. One of the things to really put into perspective is that Buddy Gross has culled the third biggest stringer of the day. He has.
That's right.
And
That's
look,
right.
Man, the dude has more than 21 pounds. There's no doubt. I mean, he's caught a foul amount of heavy threes that have not really helped him. If you think about that, he's called an 18 to 18 and a half pound stringer today. He had that tone early in this tournament. We talked about it actually late on day one. man, it was the perfect storm for Buddy Gross that I don't think anybody saw coming. You just didn't see this coming.
I love you being in the Brady Bunch 6 bucks there, Z.
It's awkward.
You and your family members.
Especially when there's a grebe staring me down.
Literally,
Yeah,
I mean,
just
just
one of those
reach out and
peregrine
grab
falcon
it.
grebe.
Look at him.
Now he's looking at you. Oh.
Is that what he's got? He's got a snake? Lizard?
He's got a
Something like
snake pinned to the ground.
No, it's a shadow.
that? It was a shadow.
Oh, I thought that was a grass mat. That's someone's yard. Wow.
Tommy, true story. I saw my father after Bassmaster Live this week, and he's called me out in the last term. He's like, I don't think all those things are grebes that you're saying.
Join the club.
Yeah, time someone called you out on that.
Oh, we've had it on social media a bunch. And
oh, really?
They didn't know he's...
Suge has been perusing that. Sorry, Suge.
Hey, he's just joking, guys. It's a joke.
You've explained it to him too, Ronnie.
I shouldn't have to tell you
Phoenix
that.
Rising.
Yeah. Yes. Phoenix Rising.
Well, I had somebody call me and ask, did Tommy really get face surgery?
Yeah, he did.
And I'm
He had to undo it.
Oh, my
He had
God.
to undo it.
And listen, that picture that the group at JM,
please
Bruce
don't
and
show it.
Kevin and all the goofballs in the animation department helped me with that. That was the one tournament Tommy missed, and we absolutely shredded him the entire event.
Really, it's like, it's bad enough in the room, but don't leave the room, for crying out loud.
Z, there's no shot though that you're an empty nester with your boys graduating college and whatnot, and Zachers and things that have happened, because you still have that child that you and Karen had when I was starting Bass Live. Like that, I mean, it's got to be like a 6-year-old kid now,
Yeah. Yeah, his name is Austin Felix Zona.
Does he eat a lot?
No.
Seth, baby Seth.
Every tick of the clock, Buddy Gross is looking better and better, that's for sure.
No doubt about it, your Marathon Peak performance, and I believe this is the final one of this event before we all start heading up to Lake Hartwell in the Bassmaster Classic. Buddy Gross, you are the Marathon Peak performance, and you didn't get to see the work that you did on Thursday, day one of this tournament, catching over 50 bass over 3 pounds. Buddy Gross living with a 3/4 ounce lipless crankbait early in this event, but it's when he went to a Carolina rig doing major damage, this one on a swim bait, but for the bulk of what's in his live well, it's come on the ball and changes, dragging it around a shell bed in 4 to 10 feet of water. Man, and you got to see a guy go wire to wire on the St. John's last week, and Buddy Gross kind of disappeared on us yesterday, catching just under 15 pounds. Not the case today. Looks like he's going to by far have the biggest stringer, and that is your Marathon Peak performance. Buddy Gross, one of the best to play the game offshore, the Bassmaster Elite Series. Taking a look at all of his fish catches, well, they pretty much came all right there for Buddy Gross. But really taking a look at, this is where Buddy Gross caught all of his fish this week.
Oh, man.
A lot of his work. Big Harris, Eustis, Dora. But for the most amount of this tournament, Buddy Gross not burning a lot of gas, staying on Harris, getting it done, and really trenching into that key shell bed today was the key for Buddy Gross. And here's the thing, there's 5 bass that he has in his live well. He has throttled them on Championship Sunday. Buddy Gross Marathon Peak performance.
And we know that it's at least probably a pound more than what Bass Track's saying, because his smallest earlier in the day was a 390.
Simple math.
Almost
simple math.
A 4-pounder, and he has 2 under 3 still in Bass Track, or under 4 pounds, which is not true.
Great performance. Buddy Gross just trying to bring this thing home, take it to the barn. Got a little time left for someone to set off a bomb, but well, I don't know. The probability of that gets less and less the more the clock ticks on. We'll be right back.
The Site 1 Bassmaster Elite at Harris Chain is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota. And by Berkeley.
Late in the day on Championship Sunday at the Site 1 Bassmaster Elite at the Harris Chain, second stop of the year. These Bassmaster Elite Series anglers, the best in the business. A lot of our anglers, a lot of those top 10 who remain on this day are packed up on their way home en route to get back. Maybe planning one quick stop at some place close to the check-in. Maybe trying to catch one last big one, throw a Hail Mary at the final minute. Clifford Perch in the lock. It's been all his day up in Griffin. And there he is.
Well, yeah, I don't think I got that one. I got one big one, but I didn't get that one. 6. Yeah. Thanks again. Thank you. I hope so.
Clifford Perch from Arizona. He's done big things from west to east, from Arizona all the way to the St. Lawrence River.
World-class hunter, and does a lot of that through the off season, does a lot of guiding. And Tommy, we've covered Clifford Perch for a long time, a really good human being.
Absolutely.
Good, fun
Very
to
nice.
cover. He's now I will say, I'll call Clifford out on this. He's very elusive when it comes to him letting you know what he's using on the water. But besides that, yes, he does use some definitely oddball lures, and likes to keep them quiet and sneaky secret. But pleasure to cover Clifford for 2 decades.
Brandon Lester had a great day one. 23 pounds, still stands as, is that not the biggest? No, well,
no,
second biggest
Michael
bag.
Frazier. No, not even that now. There was a couple 23 ones and 23 and change, but yeah, 23-14 by Frazier.
Was Micah Frazier.
23-0 by Lester set the tone on day one.
Brandon Lester already having won in Florida on the St. Croix Bassmaster Opens event on Kissimmee.
10 events in a row in this state, whether they're Opens or Elites, whether it's Okeechobee, Kissimmee Chain, Harris Chain, or St. John's River, all in the top 35, which are it's incredible. Top third of the field at minimum. Z, I was looking it up during the break. My guy Matt Dowd helped retrieve this. If Buddy Gross or Drew Benton, either one of them win today, which it looks like though they will maybe finish 1-2 for sure. They will become 2-time Elite Series champions, and they will be the 36th angler all time to do so. There are 35 anglers currently with 2 wins or more on the Elite Series level specifically, not just Bassmaster wins, elite level wins, which do loop in AOI Championship, All-Star event, things like that. So
you'd almost think there was more.
Armour, question for you. What was the final weight? What did Cruz have at St. John's?
75.4.
Man,
we barely got it done
unofficially.
at about,
We're at 76.7, which is going to be a little more. It's be a little closer to
78.
Probably 78-ish.
But yeah, definitely. Oof, I thought the day 3 weigh-in was gonna surpass it possibly.
Yes, I thought so too. Oh, okay, I'll throw one at you. And for some of our Bassmaster Live viewers, maybe to chime in on Google, and that would be, how about a Bassmaster Classic winning weight? I'm going 52.4. 52.4.
17 and change a day. That sounds about par on past ones. That went
Tommy?
quite well.
I'll go
Hold
a
on.
touch higher.
Hold on, I gotta write this down.
52.4 for Mark Zona.
Since you won't be at the dinner with us this year, Z.
I'm going to say 54. 54 even, Ronnie.
54 even. Okay. Such?
Yeah.
Okay.
Take the ender as Z. I give 50.
Just a flat 50.
50 and 12 ounces.
Okay, there we go. 50 and 12 ounces. I'll go 51-13.
Okay.
All right. Z, will it be one out deep?
No.
No. Answer no.
Nope. but I think there will be half of your top 10 will be out deep. I think I'm going to go with it. I think somebody is going to catch one of those notorious 20-pound shallow stringers and some way, shape, or form protect it.
Up in the
through
dog fennel.
Well, we've got the
exactly.
For the 3 days.
Go now.
Get out now. Go on out of here.
Highs are 65 to 75 until official practice starts. Then we'll get a little bit of a cold front, or till the unofficial practice starts Friday, Saturday, Sunday next week, which will be 40 to 70, 39 to 58, 34 to 58 for those 3 days. And then it gets colder. Day one of the tournament, right now, about 40 to 60 degrees, 40 for the low.
We will keep our eye on that as we anticipate the start of the World Championship coming up March 4th, 5th, and 6th. The Classic always just 3 days of competition. Elite Series events are 4 days. That's the tradition, and it always works pretty well. Hank Cherry, winner of the last 2 ones. He'll be trying for the three-peat this time around. There'll be a lot of stiff competition out there on the water. Very, very hard to qualify for the World Championship, and these guys know you only get so many Classics in your life. You really got to lay it all out. Leave nothing on the table. You don't wait till next year on the Classic.
Yeah, there is that music. Let's do the sad music to end it. It's just so rich in tradition. Really, we've seen the Classic one on the lower end and a little bit of the deeper water, some boat dock stuff. We've also seen it dominated in tournaments up the river. But the one thing that you could say about this place, it's a pick your poison of fishing shallow or deep. Big spots in this lake. But if you really look at recent tournaments, a lot of big largemouth have been caught there in the last month. Look for that to be a major factor. We'll get to see our friend Neil Paul does so much good work for the Bassmaster Elite Series. Every time we come to Lake Hartwell, should be a TIME every time we go to Lake Hartwell. Rich in tradition.
Looking forward to that. Guys like Schmidt, Kimura, Buddy Gross getting to fish just about all their allotted time. Just around the corner, or not quite that close, but very close to the takeoff and check-in. Again, the weigh-in coming up at 3:30 Eastern Time, right here on Bassmaster.com.
Fourth Classic at Hartwell in the last 15 years.
Yeah, first one was
08.
Sure did.
Z, I don't know if you touched on this, but I've heard from a couple of my buddies who still live around Hartwell that the water hasn't necessarily been as low lately, been kind of pretty standard, so it hasn't dropped down to allow that dog fennel that we always know to grow up thicker, so they'll have to, those shallow guys will have to alter their game plan a little bit because that might not be a prominent structure that they, like they did in 18 target.
Yeah, but really, you know, we saw a lot more of that with, and we were later in the year when Brandon Cobb won. If you look at the traditional cold weather events we've had on Hartwell for the shallow water guys, it's more kind of a ditches and drains, and it's almost like, I guess what I'm saying, Ronnie, those fish
docks,
aren't quite up there.
For sure.
Yes, they're not quite up there where that dog fennel, you know, is later in the spring.
Yeah. I remember Brandon Polnick giving it a run on day one a few years ago and caught a couple, but it was not a strong bite, and so
wasn't predominant.
Yeah. Could see riprap come into play. We don't normally have a little bit of riprap possibly for
There is a key island out there. There is a key island out there where the deep water bite goes down. We've seen it go down in years past. That if that island fires deep, you know, your Takus, your Jeff Gustafsons will be a big factor in that tournament.
Someone ain't showed that none this week. It usually shows that. They've been allergic to that this week.
He must not have reverse on that boat because it just kills it.
You tell Buddy Gross was a little bit of extra energy today, a little bit of anxiousness about what's going on, and
so forth like that. A little bit of nervous talking, but man, oh man, he has kept it together so well for 4 days.
He has, and you could also tell all the way to now,
14,
Tommy,
maybe.
he doesn't feel like he's got this Derby won, man.
I don't think so.
He slid yesterday
nice
pretty
ones,
hard.
They just get me around a reed or something, you know, come off. But I mean, I don't feel like I lost any giants, but I lost.
It's an old double cam.
Look at all that smoke. Is Seth out on the water?
The African Queen.
Believe that island you're referring to is Andersonville Island.
Yes.
That one will help. That one helps a little bit. That was a quick one.
A couple $1,000 fish right there, too.
Well, I guess it was worth stopping real quick. Ah, come on, dude, sorry. There we go. Well, we're gonna get rid of another really little one.
Z, our ALY winner the last 2 years, has started the season with 2 finishes in the top 30. That bodes well for guys like David Mullins.
The last how many years?
The last 3 years. The last 3 years.
Okay.
Fighter with a 6th and a 28th.
Pad field right here if we had time to sift it, but we don't. And I'm glad we got one.
Windlet with a 16th and 8th.
256, that's 34 minutes. We got about 25 minutes to get in. We're through the lock, that's the good thing. Let's make another cast, just in case. Just in case that was an old male there or something. Need a worm, fish a little faster. This is just too slow. I got a fish. Oh, shoot. I had one on there. Oh my gosh, look at that big boil. Look at that boil coming up. That could have been something legit. It could have been a big one that just spit it and dropped it. There's a big old boil came up. I mean, it could have been a dink that just bit it and didn't get it, but it could have been a giant one that just went, you know, kind of sucked it in and blew it out. Like a big old female might do there on that bed, if that's what it is. I mean, there was a big old boil that came up. That was crazy. How much time we got? Next to none? 25, yeah. We need to go. It's shallow. Dang it, I had a bite, I mean, and then a big old welling, water upwelling came up there.
Don't forget, write it down. Here in just a little over 30 minutes, the weigh-in kicks off on Bassmaster.com. Our man Dave Mercer will be going through these anglers, getting their stories for the day. Right here on Bassmaster.com, our weigh-in. The Sight 1 Elite.
Oh, please, Tommy. Feed me. Please. Please.
A day that memories are made of, friends. And don't kid yourself. It may or may not be over.
That's 235.
I want you to join the way we've enjoyed the wind whistling through the Spanish moss, the pines, the rich traditions. Everything that makes a trip to Central Florida a special and lasting memory. To all of you,
Yes.
pleasant goodbye. Friends, we appreciate you, we enjoy you. Will this music never end? We will see you at the weigh-in. Thanks for watching Bassmaster.
Love you, T. That's awesome.